Asian Americans were not just beneficiaries of these movements for civil rights and social justice. Members of our community were absolutely involved in them, whether we're talking about Asian Americans in the South participating in, the march at Selma or other efforts to register African Americans to vote. But it's also the case throughout the country, particularly in places like California, where Asian Americans were concentrated, that they were pushing to change how we teach history in our schools. They were fighting for workers' rights. They were fighting for women's rights and immigrant rights and LGBTQ plus rights. There's such a neglected history of Asian American protest and activism that's an important part of the story that I really wanted to make sure to include in my book.
Okay. And, one cannot help concluding, however, from my point of view as a non-Asian American, although my son-in-law tells me as a Jew I actually am Asian, but that's another conversation. I would say that the vast majority of Asian American people who have come here from Vietnam and such trauma, who've come here from China, even though they were banned from coming, and from being here as Japanese and surviving, the atrocities of the World War II, in which Japan declared itself as a military, industrial, warrior, emperor nation that wanted to take over the world. We beat them, thankfully, from my point of view as an American, as a freedom-loving person. But notwithstanding that, to be a Japanese American during that time, 1942, Korematsu versus the United States, when I read that opinion I wasn't in until law school that I read that opinion, Scott. I didn't know about that growing up. I was a relatively bright woman. I didn't know about it until then, and I was stunned to find out that in law, we suspended all kind of rights, all kind of civil rights, and we said it was okay to take people and segregate them on the basis of their Japanese heritage and put them into these fenced camps and communities and say you can't leave. And we did that for years. I was shocked that we said that was okay. And later on, the Supreme Court said it was a mistake and this and that. But that's what we do in times of war. We panic and we don't do the right thing. I would just like to say, though, with my compliments to the various individuals who make up the Asian American population, that as a group, you have overcome a tremendous amount of obstacles and burdens and given us and contributed to society in enormous ways. And I would just like to say that there's a thank you there that is owed by the rest of Americans to the Asian American immigrant community, because I think your contributions have been immeasurable.
Well, thank you. And I would point out, as I have in a recent article, you're not the only one that didn't learn about the importance of Fred Korematsu's case. His own daughter has said she didn't even know her father was at the center of one of the most important Supreme Court cases in history until she was in high school and a classmate was doing a book report on it. So even her own parents felt like this history was so painful. It was so, interconnected with trauma that they tried to shield their daughter from it. And again, my mother, she wasn't in that type of case, but she very rarely talked about being in an internment camp and in a so-called relocation camp until there was a movement for redress, for an apology, for the government to admit. Even Reagan signed the law admitting that this was an injustice.
Terrible.
But to go back in history, and particularly focus on your legal background, Earl Warren pointed out in 1942, right when FDR, another, important liberal figure in U.S. history, was signing Executive Order 9066. Earl Warren said, look, I need to point out, there's been no act of sabotage whatsoever committed by any Japanese American in California. He was Attorney General at the time. But then he turned around and said, that proves to me it's the most ominous sign that the attack that's coming is timed. So Earl Warren was actually the forefront of saying the fact that Japanese Americans are law-abiding, loyal citizens is evidence that there are sleeper cells ready to plan another sneak attack like Pearl Harbor, except it's going to happen in California. I mean, that's how perverse the discrimination
that's how paranoid
was.
You get during war. And yet, German Americans, of which there were so many in general, because there are so many people of German origin in America, there were many cases of sabotage. Many, frankly. Many. On American soil.
In fact, Earl Warren and then General John L. DeWitt, who was the one who carried out the exclusion from the West Coast. They actually argued, no, when it comes to German Americans, so sure, there might be some that are disloyal, but we can tell when a German American, we have ways to prove when a Caucasian, is loyal or disloyal. But then they said, the Oriental mind is so inscrutable, that there's simply no way to tell.
Inscrutable again.
No way to tell
my goodness,
loyal.
that word.
Yes.
That adjective, the inscrutable Asian. Yes.
I mean,
Charlie
this
Chan
idea
of Hollywood.
The loyalty of the emperor is in their blood. So there's no way you can ever have someone who's truly loyal. And again, they argued that when those that wave the flag and say they're loyal, those are the most dangerous people because they're ready to catch us when our guard is down. I mean, it really is an astonishing story to go back and look. And it leads to a mentality in the war. And I agree, it was very important to stop the Japanese fascist leaders in the military and who had taken control of the government. They did tremendous damage, particularly killing people in Asia in the false name of liberating Asians from Western colonialism. But the war drags on to the point where it's increasingly civilians are being targeted. And it's that really same racial mentality. John Dower has written award-winning books about this. It's that mentality that says, there are no good democratic people in Japan who can restore the country, that everybody needs to be annihilated. And in fact, Harry Truman, when he dropped the bomb on Hiroshima, in his first radio address, he justified this killing of, as we know, civilians for the most part. He justified it by saying the atomic bomb over Hiroshima was a strike on a very important Japanese army base. He literally said this city was an army base. And so there was such huge support for the dropping of the bomb. But some of that was tied to this false belief that we actually took out a military target rather than a civilian population.
That's another whole conversation. Scott Kurashige, I have to run, so do you. But the book is called American Peril, The Violent History of Anti-Asian Racism. It's a good book. It's a deep book. And I think if you're interested in the topic, you're going to want to go to this lovely panel, which is going to talk about it. You'll get to know some more people in our community on May 5th at the Westport Library. Go to westportlibrary.org for more details. Thank you so much, Scott, for coming on the show today. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we're still dealing with war and bigotry, and so it's really important that we deal with these problems of the past that still haunt us today.
100%. I don't think they'll ever do it.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny sky this afternoon with a high in the upper 70s. Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's May 28th. On this day in 1937, Volkswagen was founded.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles!
Today is also National Sunscreen Day, also known as Don't Fry Day. The awareness of importance of using sunscreen to protect against skin cancer and sun damage.
Wear sunscreen. If I could offer you only one tip for the future, sunscreen would be it.
And the #1 movie at the box office on this day in 1996 was the very first Mission Impossible movie.
Simple game. It's much worse than you think. We're being ambushed. Abort, that's an order.
May 28th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC 695.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Possible progress on a draft to extend a ceasefire deal between the U.S. and Iran. According to 2 U.S. officials and another source with knowledge of negotiations, they say a draft agreement to formally extend the ceasefire and gradually open the Strait of Hormuz has been reached. President Trump, though, has been briefed, but leaders would still have to finalize the deal. It comes as a U.S. source confirmed today that despite CENTCOM's assertion of an egregious ceasefire violation by Iran targeting Kuwait, the existing ceasefire between both remains in place. Here's ABC's Rachel Scott.
The U.S. and Iran exchanging strikes, threatening the fragile ceasefire. A U.S. official telling ABC News the U.S. striking an Iranian ground control station as it prepared to launch a one-way attack drone believed to be a threat to U.S. forces and commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. In addition to the strike, U.S. forces also shot down 4 other one-way Iranian attack drones. The official adding the action was defensive.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announcing new sanctions against Iran and the agency controlling passage through the Strait of Hormuz. The continued blockade driving up oil and gas prices with 2 new economic reports showing Americans are struggling with inflation on food, groceries, and rent at 3-year level highs. Efforts to contain the Ebola outbreak in Central Africa continuing. The Trump administration, in a call with reporters, says it's setting up a 50-bed temporary facility in Kenya to quarantine any Americans exposed to Ebola abroad, set to be operational possibly by the end of the week. Here's ABC's Hannah Bata.
The White House confirming the U.S. is setting up a health facility in Kenya to take in Americans who have been exposed. An administration official describes the facility as state-of-the-art, adding that it would provide access to high-quality care for Americans who would need to quickly get out of the Democratic Republic of Congo to quarantine.
Officials declined to say whether American citizens would be allowed to return to the U.S. to receive care. You're listening to ABC News.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Food truck owners, today business will be booming. People will love your new menu and not make special orders. You will not roll your eyes when someone calls it a quesadilla. You will also switch to Progressive to get 30 customizable coverage options and restore your inner peace. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and covered selections.
California Governor Gavin Newsom officially endorsing L.A. Mayor Karen Bass in the city's mayoral race.
Current L.A. Mayor Karen Bass, along with her former ally turned opponent Nithya Raman and former reality TV star Spencer Pratt, are locked in a very tight battle for L.A. Mayor, according to a new UC Berkeley LA Times poll. The poll finding 26% of likely voters support Bass, 25% Raman, and 22% Spencer Pratt. His campaign has been focused on wildfire recovery. If no one candidate gets 50% of the vote next week, then the top 2 head to the general election in November. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
A new take on a dreamy, creamy cookie could find its way to grocery shelves soon. ABC Sherry Preston has more on a collaboration between 2 fan favorites.
That is the sound of K-pop superstars BTS, and that is the sound of me biting into one of the new purple BTS-inspired Oreo cookies. The Oreos come in BTS's favorite color and have a cream center that is supposed to taste like hotek, a brown sugar-stuffed Korean pancake said to be the band's favorite snack. The Oreo package reads, "Straight from Seoul street markets to fans." Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Former First Lady Jill Biden giving interviews for her new book, saying she was worried that then President Joe Biden might have been drugged ahead of his widely criticized 2024 debate with candidate Donald Trump. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A suspect facing charges connected to absentee ballot issues in the 2023 Bridgeport Democratic mayoral primary was to appear in court this afternoon. 64-year-old Robert Allen Anderson was a municipal employee who told investigators he was hired by Mayor Joe Ganem's campaign for the primary and his role was to distribute absentee ballot applications. Security camera footage shows Anderson allegedly depositing multiple completed absentee ballots into the drop box outside the Margaret E. Morton Government Center. Anderson initially denied that he possessed completed absentee ballots, but when investigators showed him the video footage, he then said he had, quote, maybe 10, if that many, in his possession. Bridgeport City Councilor Alfredo Castillo and former Democratic Town Committee Vice Chair Wanda Jeter-Pataki are scheduled to appear in court in July, while Bridgeport City Councilor Maria Pereira will appear in court next month with a new attorney representing her. And Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy's new book explores societal and economic issues in modern American politics. In Crisis of the Common Good, The Fight for Meaning and Connection in a Broken America, Murphy shares his belief that political realignment is forthcoming. Murphy believes that both Republicans and Democrats have an opportunity to broaden their coalition and force a full restructuring of American politics. He shares a story about a dinner with Republican then-Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio, who shared the same thought regarding party consolidation. Murphy tells the Connecticut Mirror that AI could be the breaking point. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork, exits 5 and 6 in the right lane. On Route 8 northbound, you have it exit 12B through exit 14, and on the southbound side, exit 11 down to 5. Stay left to get through. 84 westbound roadwork from exit 14 through exit 11, blocking the left lane. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. Saturday, early clouds, then the sun by midday with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, yes. It's another day of the best of speed cameras right here. Gotta tell you, right here, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM. And, of course, online, voiceofct.com. It's been in the news the last couple of days. We've talked about it here. It's been in John and Chris's news. Some consternation, some support for local speed cameras getting up and underway, either in a testing phase or in a few weeks, municipalities going to a real ticketing phase where you'll stop getting the warnings and get tickets. But you're going to find this on the highways, too. Now, a couple of weeks ago, remember I told you that the DOT in the state, and probably at the urging of the governor, although we don't know if that's true or not, they were going to do plain old speed cameras on certain stretches of I-91, I-95, I-84, where, and you know, we've talked about this over and over and over and over and over again. People drive, like me, exceedingly fast. Yes, I'll be the first here to admit that I'm not always a saint behind the wheel. But having said all that, earlier, though, a few weeks ago, it was very quietly done, although it did get some mention in the media and here on this show, that the DOT decided in the end not to have regular speed camera enforcement on 95, 91, Route 8. I think they were going to do something on Route 8. They were going to do something around Norwalk, right around 17, 16, 15, 14 there, up and down on 95 to and through Norwalk. So that got yanked, probably because they looked at each other and said, well, wait a minute, just about everybody is speeding. And we're not talking about just doing 70 or 75. You got people doing 75, 80, whatever. So they being the powers that be, pretty much said, well, forget it, never mind. But, the speed cameras are coming next week to certain work zones in Connecticut. Now, again, this is a test phase. of speed cameras on work zone or in stretches of work zones. Because if you're like me and you drive back and forth 30, 40, 50 miles a day maybe, you see people, even though the orange signs are up there, work zone ahead, speed zone ahead, slow down. And even if they have these roaming trucks out there now with your digital speed as you blow past it, people don't care. So get this, and I'm using this version over WTNH News 8's website here. And again, this is going to be our question of the day now. I don't really understand how somebody can say no to speed cameras in work zones where we have guys and gals out there just a few feet from traffic, and why people, A, can't find the goodness to slow down. I'm not talking about crawling through there because they don't want you to crawl because that'll create a hazardous scenario as it is. But at least drop it to whatever the speed limit says there, 45 or 50. And again, they're telling you where some of these speed zone cameras are going to be in work zones. Speed cameras, says here, are set to be activated in Connecticut highway work zones starting on June 1. That's next Monday, if I can read my calendar properly. June 1. That's according to the DOT. Now, where are they, you'll say, Paul? Well, I'll give you the list right now. And if you want to, you can easily avoid them. Or maybe you can just slow down. And again, we're talking about the brake pedal here, the pedal second from the right. It could be second from the left if you have a clutch, but let's not go into that. The automated speed cameras, and these cameras are mounted on vans or on SUVs, and I think it says DOT speed enforcement. I remember when they were out there the first time. The automated speed cameras are located in highway work zones, ready? In East Lyme, Colchester, Glastonbury, West Haven, and Bolton. So if you're listening to my dulcet tones, thank you very much, and you're in Fairfield County here or even in New Haven County, the closest one you're going to see, and there's a whole boatload of construction that's been going on for a couple of years in West Haven, right around exit 43, I think, where they're building in some new on and off ramps there. It's a big, big, big job. So you're going to have speed zone cameras in work zones in West Haven, Glastonbury, the town of Bolton, the town of Colchester, and the town of East Lyme. So right now they are in the month of June. Only warnings are going to be issued for the first few days of June and all the way to the month. But then starting on July the 6th, the state's going to issue citations and fines. You're being told. I have no sympathy for you if you get caught here. I don't. So right now in the merry month, no, that's May. In the month of June coming up, that starts on Monday, and for the entire month of June, in 5 spots in Connecticut, if you don't slow down to what the signs say in these construction spots, the closest one being in West Haven, you're going to get a warning. And then starting, after the 4th of July weekend, on June 6th, the state's going to issue citations and fines. First offense, you get a written warning with no fine. Second offense, drivers will get a notice of liability. I like that. Boy, George Carlin would love that, huh? We don't get tickets anymore. We have notices of liability. A $75 fine. If a vehicle travels 85 miles an hour or greater in a highway work zone, drivers will get a $75 fine regardless of whether it's a first or subsequent offense. Now, you can't be against this, can you? Okay, you can say, well, it's my town with a cash grab, or it's my city with a cash grab, or it's the city next to me with a cash grab. If we're talking about these municipal cameras, and there's been a lot of chatter about that over the past few days, in particular pertinent to this radio station in Fairfield and also in Milford. And city and town politics being what it is, you can say, well, okay, I don't like the police chief, I don't like the mayor, whatever. I can complain about that. But having said that, highway work zone, are you going to complain about speed cameras being in highway work zones? And by the way, you notice that even if you get to 85 miles an hour, which you got to be a real chooch to be doing in a freaking work zone, the fine here only tops out at $75. So you tell me, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Connecticut will activate speed cameras in more highway work zones, not in your cities and towns. Highway work zones this coming Monday, June the 1st or June the 1st. Do you approve? Tell me, sir or lady, why or why not?
You listen to the Voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the Voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
At Stanford Health, expert care begins with a conversation where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health, where collaborations with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex, we're here for you at Stanford Health.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire. Michelin's innovative technologies are designed for durability and performance over any of the toughest road conditions, so you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires. And Town Fair's been a name you can trust since 1967. Now with over 120 locations and still growing, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Stream WICC anywhere. Wherever you go, we go. Go to voiceofct.com and click on Listen Live. Brought to you by the Connecticut Lottery. Visit ctlottery.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork, exits 5 and 6 in the right lane. On Route 8 northbound, you have it exit 12B through exit 14, and on the southbound side, exit 11 down to 5. Stay left to get through. 84 westbound roadwork from exit 14 through exit 11, blocking the left lane. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Kraus at WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. Saturday, early clouds, then sunny by midday and early afternoon with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Connecticut's radio leader for 100 years. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And I see it almost every day back and forth from my CASA to Connoisseurs facilities here in Milford. People, and they get the warnings, the orange signs are up there, right lane closed ahead, left lane closed ahead, shoulder closed ahead, mowing ahead. It's a big mowing time now because the weather's turning warm, so you have those DOT crews out there doing the first mowing of the shoulder and of the medians here. And, you occasionally see construction zone, speed limit 50 or something like that. And yet, I move out of the way. I don't want to be anywhere near the construction zone. You never know what might happen, so I get as far away as I can. Yay me. And, but I look, and here comes a guy on the right and a gal on the left and a truck behind me, and they just don't want to slow down. Even though if they just tap the brakes and slow down, you'd be through that construction zone in 5 or 6 seconds, maybe 10 seconds if it's lengthy. And a lot of times there'll be a state police trooper there in an SUV, the gray SUVs with the state police lit up on the back. And a lot of people don't give a crap either. They like, hey, come and get me, copper. Nah, come and get me. So, yeah, I like this idea. I do. Do you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, starting on June 1 in a first wave. And they did this a few years ago, testing this. And they found that, people, they did it recently up in Meriden, too, at that big rebuild of 691 and 66 and I-91 and Route 15 up there, where it's the Wilbur Cross Parkway and not the Merritt, but, people call it for what it is. And they had, with plenty of signage up there, there's orange all over the place, and you had people, excuse my French, just barrel-assing through there. So, I look, every construction zone of some import there should have one of these vans. And I'm wondering, though, if you see this as Big Brother-ish, as intrusive, as unfair, as snoopish, people, looking around and doing what they're doing there and doing it with the, traffic cameras there instead of a state police trooper or 3, which is supremely impossible. Now, you could say this. You could line up 2 or 3 state police cruisers, right, or 4x4s, the SUVs, and have those lights ablazing, the flashing lights, the blue and orange lights. Would that make people slow down? Yeah, maybe. But you know what? Knowing what human beings do, they're liable to just fly through there once they're on the other side of those state police SUVs. And they won't think twice about it again until they see another SUV because they didn't get hit for $75 or $80 or $85 or $95 or whatever it is. So that's why the fines are good. And, they're less than 6 figures. They won't break the bank. Less than 6 figures. Although some people I see, they're less than 3 figures. And they probably won't break the bank. But it's a nice little tidy reminder there. Now, I'm wondering, in light of what we discussed over the past few days with a lot of people liking the license plate scanners, a lot of people not liking the license plate scanners, a lot of people liking those municipal speed cameras, a lot of people saying, no, that's too Big Brother-ish for me, even though I'm a law and order guy or gal. How do you feel about work zone cameras? Are you even against them in work zones? Supposing your husband or wife or niece or nephew or son or daughter was one of the guys and gals in all these construction zones with the orange vests and the hard hat there, all times of the day or night. Wouldn't you want to just smack somebody around monetarily? It is. We're not doing this in real violence, which is the best kind. But wouldn't you want somebody to get ticketed if they go flying through that work zone where your son or daughter is working, your mom or dad, your grandson or granddaughter, your niece, your nephew? I would hope so. I'm not trying to make a judgment value on you, but you know what I'm saying here. So what do you think? Connecticut will activate speed cameras in more highway work zones. That starts this coming Monday. Now, they're not going to do the speed cameras on the highways, at least for now, outside the work zones. They were going to do that. It got yanked from a bill a couple of weeks ago, probably on the assumption that you'd have to be machine gunning those tickets out there so fast. And maybe they figured, well, we can't handle the volume of appeals and all this. We'll try it again, and we'll gradually tell people it's coming up. But work zones, you okay with this? Or are you also against these mobile speed cameras, even in a construction zone?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork, exits 5 and 6 in the right lane. On Route 8 northbound, you have it exit 12B through exit 14. And on the southbound side, exit 11 down to 5. Stay left to get through. 84 westbound roadwork from exit 14 through exit 11, blocking the left lane. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause at WICC Track.
Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. Saturday, early clouds, then the sun by midday with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It sounds like
It goes
it's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Moto Works 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Moto Works 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Moto Works in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Moto Works.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 9 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastimes. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 9 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A possible draft to extend the ceasefire deal between the U.S. and Iran has been reached, along with the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, according to 2 U.S. officials and another source with knowledge of negotiations. But it still needs final approval from President Trump and Iran's supreme leader. The Commerce Department showing inflation is now at a 3-year high due to the ongoing conflict with Iran. A separate report finds more people are going hungry, including a growing number of children and minorities. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis has details.
10% of households surveyed in February said they didn't have enough food or their kids had to miss meals. That is more than double what we saw in mid-2020. And remember, back then it was the pandemic.
The growing Ebola outbreak in Central Africa prompting the Trump administration to set up a 50-bed facility in Kenya for any Americans who face quarantine due to the Ebola outbreak. And tennis favorite Jannik Sinner out of the French Open, his 30-match winning stretch broken amid dangerous heat across Europe. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The fiscal 2027 state budget adjustment bill is now law. It was signed Tuesday by Governor Ned Lamont. According to his office, it includes what is described as a, quote, historic increase in funding for every school district and municipality in the state.
And you have the best schools in the country right here in Connecticut because you have the best teachers in the world.
The governor said the funding is done in a responsible way to keep Connecticut on solid financial ground while making strategic investments. An outside law firm is investigating alleged misuse of City of Ansonia credit cards. The Board of Alders approved the Crumby law firm to look into the allegations on Wednesday night, including possible misuse of city vehicles and possible misuse of City Hall and other city facilities for political activity during work hours. Mayor Frank Tishka says his administration uncovered information from residents reporting that certain officials and employees allegedly misused city-issued credit cards, vehicles, gas purchasing access, City Hall facilities, and other resources before December 1st, 2025. The mayor says he hopes it's not an actual disaster, but he is looking for the truth. Tishka addressed the Board of Alders at a meeting attended by WFSB Channel 3.
With this investigation, we begin the process to get any potential lost taxpayers' money back and hold anyone who took advantage of you, our taxpayers, accountable.
2 alders voted against the investigation, saying they needed to know the dollar amount that was unaccounted for before approving. When former Mayor David Cassetti was contacted about the vote, he referred NBC Connecticut to his attorney and called the motive a, quote, political witch hunt. A New Haven-based law firm says 2 clients filed sexual harassment complaints against John Maduco. The former Connecticut State College and University's interim chancellor had 4 complaints filed against him by women. 2 of the complaints were for sexual harassment and 2 were not. CSCU is hiring an independent firm to investigate the allegations. A spokesperson for CSCU says the board is committed to a thorough investigation and recognizes the public wants answers to the allegations, even though Maduco is no longer employed there. The Connecticut Board of Regents is appointing Natalie Braswell as CSCU interim chancellor. Braswell is a legal counselor and advisor to Governor Ned Lamont. She was appointed after an hour-and-a-half session on Tuesday. Lamont says Braswell is a steady hand who can deliver results in challenging situations. The CSCU system has been under scrutiny over sexual harassment allegations against Maduco, as well as a vote of no confidence by the Connecticut State Community College Senate, which also occurred on Tuesday. And Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong held a news conference this morning to address the concerns of Fairfield residents about the newly installed speed cameras in town. The town has received multiple complaints from residents about the cameras, particularly regarding privacy and concerns about where the ticket money is going. This follows a statement posted Wednesday by Police Chief Michael Paris, who said, in part, quote, "The program is not about punishment, and it is certainly not about generating revenue." It is about prevention, accountability, and protecting our most vulnerable population, especially our children. Senator Wong has called for the program to be paused temporarily to address the concerns of residents, but did say that something must be done to address the issue of speeding.
About 114,000 speeding violations in the first 17 days of May. And that's a monthly projection for May to be about 190,000 speeding violations.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 5 and 6 in the right lane. Route 8 northbound, you have more road work, exit 12B up to exit 14, and southbound side exit 11 down to exit 5. 84 westbound, more construction, exits 14 through 11. Stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. Saturday, early clouds, then sunny by midday and early afternoon with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, and you heard in Chris's news there, and you also heard John Kamal talking to Tony Wong on the segments he did today for the download. Listen, everybody, not just in Fairfield, but this is now top of mind for everybody, and that's a good thing. No, listen, we can argue and scream and yell and bitch and moan and bloviate and yammer about the speed cameras and the license plate cameras and the stop sign cameras and whatever. That's fine. That's the minutia, but the big 30,000-foot look here is the fact that people are driving too fast. And I'm not saying you've got to drive like, some old person, the person who merged. Oh, this is my favorite, merging onto the highway at 40 miles an hour, 35 or 40, and then gradually, slowly picking up your speed as you have some big rig in the right lane going, yeah. And I'm screaming like you are going, hit the accelerator. Press the accelerator. But people are just driving too fast. I don't want to hear, and again, I don't want to hear from, I'm not in the mood today to hear from people going, well, you know what, this is just a cash grab. Well, you know how much cash they'll make? Maybe your city or town. You know how much cash you'll make if everybody just stays less than 10 miles an hour above the marked speed limit? How about a big fat zero? Well, that's hard, Paul. Yes, and as one of my teachers in New Haven at St. Aidan's Grammar School taught me with her Boston accent there. Yes, life is hard, Paul. Sister Eileen Rogers. And she had that massive, but sister, this is hard, yes, because life is hard. But come on, you can't be against the speed cameras in work zones, can you? And they're telling you where all the work zones are. Some of them are pretty far out there. Bolton is one. One of them's going to be in Bolton. One of them, I think, is going to be in West Hartford. One of them is going to be in West Haven, where they're doing all that road work, that ramp work near the Veterans Administration Medical Center, the VA. Bolton, West Haven, Glastonbury, high-class place. They kicked me out of there. East Lyme and Colchester. So this is your idiot stick test here. They're telling you where the cameras are going to be. So maybe if you're close to our area here, Fairfield County, New Haven County, and you pass through that area of West Haven there where they have that big lane shift over, right near where all the swamps are there, all the billboards there for all the law firms are there. You know what I'm talking about, right? Well, now you know you can slow down, can't you? I still don't understand what the problem is here. Now, I know what you're saying. Well, if traffic is crawling up behind me, no, I'm not telling you to hit the brakes so hard that you create a different kind of hazard. But having said that, you got to do what you got to do, right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Jose in Shelton leads us off today on a Thursday. Jose, what's up with you, sir?
Hey, what's going on, Paul? Yeah, speaking on that traffic, I agree with Senator Fong or Hong or whatever his name is.
No, Wong, Tony Wong.
It'll be a cash cow. They're going to make... Here's the reason.
Yeah.
I'm driving down Bridgeport Avenue in Shelton.
All right.
Speed limit is 25. These cars today...
Yeah.
When they made these speed limits, they're not made for today's cars. Today's cars, if you go 30, it seems like you're stopped.
It seems like you're standing still. No, you're right.
To do all this, they have to adjust the speed limits. You're going down 136 in Westport, Wilton, and Rowayton, my new favorite part of Norwalk.
Yeah.
And you got 15-mile-an-hour speed limits, 20. Cars can't even go that slow.
Oh, they can. Yeah, they can go slow.
They're going to make millions of dollars in revenue.
Yeah.
You know, there's no way around it because these speed limits that cities and towns haven't adjusted. They reduced these speed limits in the 70s because of the gas crunch, but they never readjusted them. Like in Connecticut, we used to be 70 on the highway because of the Iran gas crunch in 1979 when my favorite president, Carter, was president.
Yeah.
They went down to 55, and they never...
No. Nixon did that. No. Jose, Nixon did that in the early 70s. Nixon did 55.
Okay, Carter's my favorite president. Nixon is yours. It was Carter during the Iran... Remember gas when we had to buy it depending on your license plate?
That was in 1973, I think, the Arab oil embargo.
No, that was 79 with Carter because I was going to Jersey with my ex.
Another ex. And all these exes you have.
In full compliance, I do have a lot of exes.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah.
I'm not proud of that.
Yeah.
But anyway, and I remember we were going to watch a soccer game when Pele was here.
Pele, yes.
Pele from Brazil.
You mean Pele?
And I was running out of gas, and I had the wrong number.
Yeah.
So I was trying to do something. So my ex was with me.
Yeah.
And she said, and here's what she said. This is a story going way back. She said, "Well, I'll pull a pillow in my belly and I'll say it's emergency. We're having a baby." That's a crazy story, right there.
She didn't really say that, did she?
No, she did. She
Yeah.
was, trying to help us get gas so we won't get stuck on Jerome Avenue in the Bronx.
What's wrong with that? That's a nice neighborhood in the middle of the night, Jerome Avenue.
Jerome Avenue. That's where J-Lo grew up.
Near Jenny on the block.
At night.
Yeah, Yankee Stadium there, Jerome Avenue. Yeah.
If you park your car on Jerome Avenue at night,
Yeah.
when you come out, your wheels are missing.
Now, Jose, thank you for the call. Now, that's a stereotype, Jose. Come on. What do you think? Just because it happens to be a little seedy area that you're going to have your wheels and rims gone? Now, come on, Jose. All right, we continue right here coming up on WICC.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work, know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 5 and 6 in the right lane. Route 8 northbound, you have more road work, exit 12B up to exit 14, and southbound side exit 11 down to exit 5. 84 westbound, more construction, exits 14 through 11. Stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. Saturday, early clouds, then the sun by midday with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Listen to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli while you work. Add voiceofct.com to your bookmarks. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, starting next week, June the 1st, June 1, June 1st, 2026. 5 spots in Connecticut on highways will be in highway work zones. There will be speed cameras there. So if you're going to be near any of these areas, slow the freak down. How can you be against this? I don't think anybody is, but having said that, there's going to be mobile speed cameras set up in East Lyme, a lot of rich folks out there, East Lyme, Colchester, Glastonbury, Bolton, and West Haven. And chances are the people listening to me right now will probably be only dealing with the West Haven area, but you don't know. Now, having said that, I have to make a mea culpa here, and I'm going to apologize right now on live radio to my friend Jose in Shelton, because I said the only gas rationing we ever had by numbers and or letters was during the what was called the Arab oil embargo. That one I distinctly remember, 1973, odd even letters. Remember that? Anybody remember that? That was the Arab oil embargo, of course, having to do again with I think the 1973 war in the Middle East with the Middle Eastern countries and Israel, of course. But I had Jose, you were right, because he was figuring how old he was, and and we're both the same age. We're 65, and I now realize why doing this in 1979 didn't register with me, because I wasn't home. The 1979 oil crisis, sometimes referred to as the second oil crisis, referencing the 1973 crisis, refers to a drop in production of oil in the aftermath of the Iranian Revolution, which we're still talking about that. So how about that? In 1980, following the onset also of the Iran-Iraq War, oil production in Iran fell drastically. Iraq's oil production also dropped as well. So there you go. Jose, sir, you are right. But you know what? I was away at college for a lot of 1979 going into 80. Fall of 79, I was traversing the streets of beautiful downtown Boston, not always knowing where I was, but I got to where I was going. So that's right. My apologies to Jose there. He was right. So him and I both lived through the one in 1973, which for some reason, I think because I stayed online and was sitting there online with my father going, Dad, how much further? Well, We have to stay in line because I can't get gas tomorrow. Now, we're nowhere near that. But having said that, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And to Jose's point, he's right. It is very, how many times, especially if it's a new car, right? Especially if it's a new car. Or what else? Or a rental car. Because if it's a new car, cars are extensions of us, right? And we can feel the road. We hear noises. We judge kind of internally how fast we're going without even looking down to the numbers when we're used to the car, when it's our car. But if it's somebody else's car, if we're test driving a car, if we just forked over and put out for with a new car or whatever, if we just went ahead and did that, all of a sudden, right? Jose's right. You look down to the speedometer and you say, how am I going that fast? And yes, speed limits are set artificially low. I was told this once by a traffic engineer, that whatever speed limit you see, the road that you're on where that speed limit is posted can generally take about traffic at 10 miles an hour above. And that's why they don't put the actual speed limit, because then people will be going that fast and they'll speed after that as well. But starting next week, so once we turn the clock or turn the calendar ahead or flip the calendar ahead and we have, the month of June on us, be advised that the state is going to start using automated speed cameras inside work zones. And they don't have to set them up on bridges or set them up on the guardrails. They are mobile. They are, I think, set up in either vans or SUVs. So they get to the site, they decide where they're going to park it, they park it there, they turn, they look, they, make sure the coverage, they lock it in place, they aim it, and there you go. So you're all set with that. But honestly, and listen, I'm not going to yell at you if you're against these, but are you also against these automated traffic cameras in highway work zones? Where sadly people do get killed? You go up to Cromwell at the rest stop on I-91 in Cromwell. There is a rest stop and there's an actual sign there with the names of highway construction workers who've been killed in the line of duty or working at construction zones all across the state. It's serious stuff. So I have nothing. I don't care. I'm all for this. I mean, and look, I try to be a good driver. I try to move over. I try to scoot down a lane or two. Give the people there. You never know what's going to happen with the wind or some idiot coming up on my right or left. So give the construction workers there a berth. But you folks out there that are construction workers, if you're listening right now, I'd love to chat with you about this, especially if you do work on 95, 91, Route 8, the Merritt, the Wilbur Cross Parkways. There's no room on the parkways. Oh, my God. There's no room. I mean, at least if something crazy or bad happens or split second like happens on 91 or 95 or Route 8, at least you have a little bit of breathing space. There's not much. But on some of the revamped areas of the highway, at least you got a big fat shoulder there, if for nothing better, just to pull off. But I'm glad this is happening. And I hope it eventually becomes a regular thing and goes beyond the experimental stage here. Because I just see people driving too fast with people out there, with hard hats out there. And by the way, one more thing on this, and by the way, you can always chime into our Facebook question of the day, facebook.com/voice of CT. Asking this today, Connecticut will activate speed cameras in more highway work zones this coming Monday. Do you approve? Why or why not? Last night on the way home from here, I went down the back way and I was approaching the highway entrance ramp at 39 near the Connecticut Post Mall, and I had the green light to go. I was stopped at a stoplight with a merge, where the restaurants are right there, all the car dealerships are there, the diner there, and then you merge onto the Post Road, and you eventually get on the highway. Well, I'm sitting there with everybody else, got my blinker on, listening to the radio station there, listening to Lars Larson, and I got the blinker waiting, and I get the green light, but I didn't go right away, and sure enough, here comes some guy barrel-assing down the right side, and if I had made just a simple move when I had the green light, Chris would have been saying, Paul got into an accident last night. He's in the hospital, but he's okay. Here's the best of Paul. Too bad he's not with us anymore. No, but seriously. So again, last night in Milford, had I made the left when I had the light, instead of for some reason just stopping and then seeing some guy right past me, there you go. So please, even more stop sign cameras I'm ready for.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 5 and 6 in the right lane. Route 8 northbound, you have more road work, exit 12B up to exit 14, and southbound side exit 11 down to exit 5. 84 westbound, more construction, exits 14 through 11. Stay to the right to get through. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. Saturday, early clouds, then sunny by midday and early afternoon with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Hey, they're coming up later on in the 5 o'clock hour, our weekly check-in with former Republican State Senate Leader John McKinney, his analysis of all things statewide politics in Connecticut, as John joins us every Thursday at 5:15, and also coming up later on, our pal, Mike O'Neill from the Landmark Legal Foundation. There was a lot of activity today at the U.S. Supreme Court, and what the court does affects everybody, including here in Connecticut, Fairfield, and New Haven County. So we'll talk to Mike O'Neill about some interesting, they're not huge mega cases, but what they could mean, again, for the locality here. So we will talk about that. Again, we're talking about what's going to happen starting next Monday, June 1, another pilot program from the state just trying to get people to slow down. And near us in West Haven, there's going to be speed cameras in the construction zone on the highway on 95. I am 100% full four square approving of that. What do you think? I'd love to hear from you hard hats right now who have to look out for the sickos every day.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Escalating tensions between the U.S. and Iran giving way to a possible draft agreement. American and Iranian negotiators believe they have a template to formally extend the ceasefire and gradually open the Strait of Hormuz. But the possible deal still has to be approved by President Trump and Iran's leader. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at today's White House briefing says any possible deal still faces hurdles.
It is a multifaceted agreement, and nothing is going to be on the table until we see the Strait of Hormuz open and the Iranians agree that they have to turn over the highly enriched uranium and that they can't have a nuclear program.
Bessent also says Iran is facing new U.S. sanctions. In Colorado today, the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs holding its commencement for the 2026 cadets.
Madison Marie
Vice President
Carla.
J.D. Vance delivering remarks congratulating the military graduates and also urging them to adapt to changes, he says, brought on by artificial intelligence.
AI will inevitably change warfare. And of course, as you've learned over the last 4 years, it already has.
Millions of young graduates across the country, meantime, could be facing a scarcity of jobs, and some are blaming AI.
The unemployment rate for recent college graduates is 5.6%, notably higher than the overall unemployment rate of 4.2%, says New York Federal Reserve data. 4 years ago, the rates for the two groups were nearly identical. This as some tech leaders warn that artificial intelligence could eliminate many low-level positions often taken by recent grads. Anthropic's chief, whose company operates an AI model called Claude, said last year the technology could cut U.S. entry-level jobs in half by 2030.
ABC's Chuck Sievertson. Major League Baseball owners reportedly formally proposing a salary cap for players, a first since baseball's 1994 strike. You're listening to ABC News.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
The state of California is suing the new owners of 23andMe for the data breach 3 years ago. The genealogy company, acquired by a holdings company after going bankrupt in 2025.
In California's new lawsuit, Attorney General Rob Bonta claims a 2023 data breach at 23andMe affected close to 7 million users, and the 23andMe failed to protect its customers' data, ignoring known vulnerabilities in its system. The lawsuit is against a holdings company that now owns 23andMe after 23andMe went bankrupt last year. Bonta saying
it was consumers' sensitive personal information and data related to consumers' health.
Bonta alleges a breach became publicly known when the data of 1 million consumers was offered on the dark web. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
New evidence has renewed and expanded the search for a Michigan woman in the Bahamas. Lynette Hooker disappeared after her husband says she fell from their dinghy on a night out. She's been missing for now nearly 2 months.
Brian was detained after his wife's disappearance and was questioned for 5 days before being released.
Brian, anything to say?
The morning after his release, he vowed to stay in the Bahamas and keep searching for her.
I'm not leaving until I'm told to leave or convinced that it's fruitless.
But hours later, he left the Bahamas. His attorney says he needed to take care of his mother in the U.S.
ABC's Hannah Bata. The Coast Guard now says it wants to send a crew to search a new area. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 600 and 95.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A New Haven-based law firm says 2 clients filed sexual harassment complaints against John Maduco. The former Connecticut State College and University's interim chancellor had 4 complaints filed against him by women. 2 of the complaints were for sexual harassment and 2 were not. CSCU is hiring an independent firm to investigate the allegations. A spokesperson for CSCU says the board is committed to a thorough investigation and recognizes the public wants answers to the allegations, even though Maduco is no longer employed there. The Connecticut Board of Regents is appointing Natalie Braswell as CSCU interim chancellor. Braswell is a legal counselor and advisor to Governor Ned Lamont. She was appointed after an hour-and-a-half session on Tuesday. Lamont says Braswell is a steady hand who can deliver results in challenging situations. The CSCU system has been under scrutiny over sexual harassment allegations against Maduco, as well as a vote of no confidence by the Connecticut State Community College Senate, which also occurred on Tuesday. And an outside law firm is investigating alleged misuse of City of Ansonia credit cards. The Board of Alders approved the Crumby law firm to look into the allegations on Wednesday night, including possible misuse of city vehicles and possible misuse of City Hall and other city facilities for political activity during work hours. Mayor Frank Tishka says his administration uncovered information from residents reporting that certain officials and employees allegedly misused city-issued credit cards, vehicles, gas purchasing access, City Hall facilities, and other resources before December 1st, 2025. Tishka says he hopes it's not an actual disaster, but he is looking for the truth. The mayor addressed the Board of Alders at a meeting attended by WFSB Channel 3.
With this investigation, we begin the process to get any potential lost taxpayers' money back and hold anyone who took advantage of you, our taxpayers, accountable.
2 alders voted against the investigation, saying they needed to know the dollar amount that was unaccounted for before approving. When former Mayor David Cassetti was contacted about the vote, he referred NBC Connecticut to his attorney and called the motive a, quote, political witch hunt. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway is at least a little easier. And in New Haven, 95 north accident reported approaching exit 50 has things backing up over the Q Bridge. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. And that's Kress, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. Saturday, early clouds, then the sun by midday with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty then. It's hour number 2 coming up right here at 203-333-9422. Yes, 333-WICC as we're with you on Connecticut Today. John McKinney, 5 o'clock hour. Next hour, our buddy Mike O'Neill on all the stuff going out of the Supreme Court. A couple of wow things today from the High Court. We'll talk about this. First hour, we talk more about speed cameras, where they are. And again, this is becoming a big thing now. What did I tell you months ago? I said, folks, once this tumbleweed starts, once this snowball starts, ain't nobody gonna slow it down. No, sir, no, ma'am. Again, to all my dear friends online, well, they're not unconstitutional. You are in public. Your marker plate, your license plate is a public declaration of who the car belongs to or whether or not it's registered. Roads are public thoroughfares. And it's fine, it's okay for a government to expect a certain level, shall we say, of care in using that public thoroughfare. Did get a very interesting text here from somebody, which is interesting. This person texts, and how long before this starts? How about this? This is a great notion here from this listener. Hopefully with AI, artificial intelligence, how about that? They'll be able to catch reckless drivers who might be going the speed limit but weaving in and out of traffic, going 55 when everybody else is going 40. Motorcycles, too, driving in between two cars on the Merritt Parkway at 45 while traffic is crawling along at 25. How about that? Now, if the DOT tried to do that, or the DMV, people would start screaming from the high heavens. Why are they always screaming from the high heavens? What about the low heavens or the medium heavens? Are those okay? I mean, the high heavens is nice, but that's some pricey real estate there. But can you imagine if the DOT, the DMV, or somebody came out and said, hey, by the way, we're attaching artificial intelligence to this. So not only will we get you, think about the capacity for that. If you had these AI cameras and receptors and receiving stations set up all over the state, and maybe along with speeding, they say, hey, you over there in that car, we're writing you additional tickets because you made an improper lane change, you passed on the right, you cut people off, you were tailgating. Why not? Hey, give it a shot. Print that change. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Can you imagine the powers that be in the General Assembly if during a hearing there, somebody from the DOT or the DMV said, oh, yeah, by the way, we are going to start using AI. Now, you know what, though? Think about this. If you used artificial intelligence and you told that AI model just pick out the dangerous drivers, not everybody going 5 or 10 miles an hour above the speed limit, right? Maybe instead of big brother or big sister, they never say big sister. They always say big brother. Why, I don't know. Maybe instead of screaming this is big brother, maybe this is the way to do it when you tell AI, think about this. Only ticket what we decide are dangerous drivers. And, of course, the AI could spit this out in fractions of a second, running all this stuff together, saying, all right, this guy was speeding, but he's not actually driving recklessly, versus that person was at the speed limit, but look at the lane changes, the weaving, the jamming on the brakes. So would that be okay with you? Artificial intelligence speed enforcement. Hey, why not? I'm serious. A lot of people say, well, it's unfair because everybody is technically speeding on the highways. And they're right. And that's why a lot of cops and state troopers will say, well, you know what? Well, sir, you were speeding, but, or ma'am, you were speeding, but you also X, Y, and Z. That's why sometimes they look for a secondary offense. But we begin and do a couple more segments on this at 203-333-9422. Connecticut is set to activate speed zone cameras on an experimental basis again in 5 highway work zones. That's going to start this coming Monday. The one closest to us here, physically a connoisseur, is in West Haven. So I've done my due diligence for the day and telling you, watch out for the signs. Are you okay with that? Even if you may not be okay with the school zone speed enforcement, mainly in school zones in say Milford and Fairfield. So are you mad at that, but you're okay if it happens on a state highway? to protect the workers? You tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us. Voiceofct.com.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven uses a three-dimensional CT scan, which allows precise placement of dental implants and root canal therapy. Their restorative services are designed to improve the function and aesthetics of your smile, as well as your overall oral health. Call Columbia Dental today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
There's always a reason to visit Gusto Trattoria in Milford. The brand new outdoor pavilion is open. Come dine al fresco in this beautiful and spacious outdoor area, complete with fireplace and full bar. Live music is back, Fridays at 6 and Sundays at 4. Plus, book your next special occasion at Gusto and select from one of the many private room choices. Modern and classic Italian dishes, a glass of rosé, outdoor dining and music. It's all at Gusto Trattoria, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Pain, injury, illness. When your body won't, will you? Will you do whatever it takes to get back to your life? You will, because we will. Outpatient rehabilitation from Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. From physical therapy and sports medicine to neurological rehab and interventional pain services. Choose the only rehab with the will of Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible. Visit Gaylord.org.
The winter may be behind us, but did you see that windstorm earlier in March and how many branches and tree limbs came down? I know I saw it in my neighborhood here in Milford. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here. And it's another reminder that we live in New England and storms happen all throughout the year. And I don't want you to have property damage. That's why I want you to check out my friends at K&J Tree Service. I am a proud customer of K&J, and boy, did I have a great experience. Check out kjtreeservice.com for more information and to book that free tree risk assessment.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway is at least a little easier. And in New Haven, 95 north, accident reported approaching exit 50 has things backing up over the Q Bridge. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. Saturday, early clouds, then sunny by midday and early afternoon with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Westport's live and local news source for 100 years. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Now, we're really not near. Well, I guess we are. Father's Day is coming up. What, in June on the 20th, I think? Something like that? So I guess that's the next big gift-giving holiday, I guess. We passed Mother's Day. We passed Easter. Christmas, of course, way, way out there. Now, so again, you have birthdays or whatever. Now, a lot of people give gift cards, but if you're from the old country, like a lot of my tribe, you give cash. How many times growing up did we get cash in an envelope, a boost, as my people used to say? Or, now you used to get a check, right, in the check holder. So maybe you want to give cash coming up for the next gift-giving holiday. So what better thing could you give? If you say, listen, cash is king, I like cash, no, none of these gift cards or whatever, I like cash, give me cash. What could be better than a Donald Trump $250 bill? Chris is looking at me like, really? Yes. This is... you know what you got to do? If you're buying it, can you imagine this? Oh my God. Can you imagine this? You have a family member, you have to buy something nice. Maybe it's a wedding gift, so it'll be a couple of $100, whatever. Or it's your son or daughter or Christmas, and they hate Trump. Oh man, do they hate Trump? Do they hate Trump? You give him money. You give me a Donald Trump $250 bill. You think I'm kidding? This is from CNN. The Bureau of Engraving and Printing is planning to potentially print a commemorative $250 bill with an image of Donald Trump to mark the country's 250th anniversary. Oh, my God. Just, you know what? Just do it for the entertainment. I'm serious here. A treasure. I can't. They showed a mock-up of this thing. It's him with that scowl. I think they took it from his booking photo in New York. Oh, you can't make... Of course I'm never going to get one, but can you imagine? Oh, my God. This is great. To drive people nuts. This is somebody check on Chris Murphy. Holy jeez. The Bureau of Engraving and Printing, again, planning to potentially print a commemorative bill. Now, this could all be just a little ruse here to control the news cycle. And by the way, would any of you out there want this? Seriously, I'm asking that for a friend, me. So would any of you want this? A commemorative, I guess it's legal tender, though. A $250 bill with the president's scowling photo on there. A Treasury Department spokesperson confirmed the plans in a statement, saying it was, quote, conducting, quote, appropriate planning and due diligence in response to active legislation. Republican Rep. Joe Walsh of South Carolina has introduced a bill that would symbolically recognize the President of the U.S. during the 250th anniversary. So it's being introduced by Joe Wilson, who is a very conservative member of Congress. However, and the reason he's doing this is because why? Putting the image of any living person on U.S. currency is not authorized by U.S. statute. An exception to the law would have to be authorized by Congress. CNN has reached out to the designer of the mock-up of the bill for the comment, or for a comment. The design, is reported first by the Washington Post, resembles one that GOP Rep. Andy Barr of Kentucky posted on X in January, showing a stern portrait of Mr. Trump with the colors of the flag and the 250th logo and, yes, of course, Mr. Trump's signature. The Treasury Department spokesperson confirmed the Trump signature is on the planned currency. Come on, please, just do it. I'm begging you. Just do it. Why not? Nobody's forcing. Don't put these things in circulation if it's going to upset people. But can you imagine if they actually do this? Oh my God, people are going nuts. They haven't realized yet. You've got to start looking ahead. You just do. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. I guess Bruce Springsteen has now come out and amped up his disdain for Mr. Trump. All right, whatever, Bruce. God bless you. Seeing you live a couple of times, you put on a really good show. But again, when does the look ahead begin? This is my point here. We know you don't like the guy. We know you despise him. But again, when does the look ahead begin here? But please, dear God, even if it's a limited edition, they'll be worth more. I'm begging you. I am begging you. Put out that Trump $250 bill and just and watch all the heads explode. It'll be gorgeous. It'll be marvelous. It will. In a fun kind of way, of course. We've got traffic and weather together, news and all that coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield. Parkway is at least a little easier. And in New Haven, 95 north accident reported approaching exit 50 has things backing up over the Q Bridge. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. Saturday, early clouds, then the sun by midday with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Is your home in need of exterior repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, owner of Brown Roofing. If you're dealing with roof leaks, sagging gutters, or windows and doors that just won't seal, ignoring them will only lead to more costly repairs. At Brown Roofing, we do it all. Roofing, gutters, siding, windows, and doors. Payments start as low as $99 a month. Call today, 475-445-1195, or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Attention students in grades 6 through 12. 100 Black Men of Stamford Inc.'s STEM Fest is happening Saturday, May 30th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the 203 Art Space at Stamford Town Center. Students can compete in games, win prizes, explore, learn, dive into AI, robotics, drones, 3D printing, and more. Enjoy hands-on activities, network with mentors, and discover internship opportunities in STEM fields. Don't miss this free fun event. For more info, visit 100bmos.com. That's 100bmos.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
Just a man who has a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, a couple of people want to comment on this $250 bill. Carol Ann in Trumbull, hang on. I want to give you more time here. We're coming up against it news-wise. So, Carol Ann, if you want to hang on, we'll do some news and we'll come right out to you at about 36 after. But we're talking about... didn't want to sneeze in your face there. We are, people on TV saw it. We're talking about this notion here that there may be a commemorative they do commemorative coins, commemorative dollars, whatever, and it's, well, this is actually legal tender. Why am I going to spend it if I'm, making money or spending money above and beyond to buy the friggin' thing? But this is going to be a commemorative $250 bill, if they can do it legislatively, of President Trump. I think it's hysterical. I do. People's heads will explode. Like I said, though, the most anti-Trump person in your family, give it to them for a gift. Can you imagine opening the envelope? Here, honey, I got this just for you.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. American and Iranian negotiators believe they have arrived at a draft agreement to formally extend the ceasefire and gradually open the Strait of Hormuz. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, though, telling reporters it still needs final approval from President Trump and Iran's supreme leader. ABC's Karen Travers has more.
All of these things, of course, have been part of the discussions for weeks right now, and Bessent would not say why this agreement might be the one that pushes it over the finish line and does reach that final conclusion, at least to reopen things for 60 days for further negotiations.
The U.S. economy facing headwinds due to the war with Iran. The Commerce Department showing inflation is up to levels not seen in 3 years. Another report by the New York Fed highlights what analysts call a K-shaped economy. The Trump administration setting up a 50-bed facility in Kenya for any Americans who will face quarantine due to the ongoing Ebola outbreak. That facility could open tomorrow. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Woodbridge man is pleading guilty to drug trafficking charges. 37-year-old Reginald Rogers was arrested following a traffic stop in February 2024, where 21 kilograms of cocaine were found in his vehicle. Rogers will be sentenced on August 26th. Police said a man and woman have now been identified in connection to a theft from a grocery store in Oxford. It happened around 6 p.m. on May 19th at Market 32. Surveillance video showed them pushing shopping carts containing various products out of the store. A suspect facing charges connected to absentee ballot issues in the 2023 Democratic mayoral Bridgeport primary appeared in court this afternoon. 64-year-old Robert Allen Anderson was a municipal employee who told investigators he was hired by Mayor Joe Ganem's campaign for the primary, and his role was to distribute absentee ballot applications. Security camera footage shows Anderson allegedly depositing multiple completed absentee ballots into the drop box outside the Margaret E. Morton Government Center. Anderson initially denied that he possessed completed absentee ballots, but when investigators showed him the video footage, he then said he had, quote, maybe 10, if that many, in his possession. Bridgeport City Councilor Alfredo Castillo and former Democratic Town Committee Vice Chair Wanda Jeter-Pataki are scheduled to appear in court in July, while Bridgeport City Councilor Maria Pereira will appear in court next month with a new attorney representing her. The fiscal 2027 state budget adjustment bill is now law. It was signed Tuesday by Governor Ned Lamont. According to his office, it includes what is described as a, quote, historic increase in funding for every school district and municipality in the state.
And you have the best schools in the country right here in Connecticut because you have the best teachers in the world.
The governor said the funding is done in a responsible way to keep Connecticut on solid financial ground while making strategic investments. Connecticut Department of Developmental Services Commissioner Jordan Sheff is leaving his role for a job in Virginia. Governor Ned Lamont made the announcement on Tuesday. Sheff will be replaced by Deputy Commissioner Elisa Villardo. He says the decision was made for personal reasons. It comes as the department is facing criticism for a report of abuse and neglect of people in their care, noting 4,000 allegations of abuse and 15 deaths in 2024. Automated highway work zone speed cameras will be activated next Monday. During June, violators will only be issued a warning with no fine. Starting July 6th, a first offense warning will be issued. A second offense will cost violators $75. However, if a vehicle travels 85 miles per hour or higher in a work zone, there will be a $75 fine, even if it's a first offense. Camera locations include Bolton, East Lyme, Colchester, Glastonbury, and West Haven. And Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong addressed the concerns of Fairfield residents about the newly installed speed cameras in town at a news conference this morning. The town has received multiple complaints from residents about the cameras, particularly regarding privacy and concerns about where the ticket money is going. This follows a statement posted Wednesday by Police Chief Michael Paris, who said, in part, quote, "The program is not about punishment, and it is certainly not about generating revenue. It's about prevention, accountability, and protecting our most vulnerable population, especially our children." Senator Wong has called for the program to be paused temporarily to address the concerns of residents, but did say that something must be done to address the issue of speeding.
About 114,000 speeding violations in the first 17 days of May. And that's a monthly projection for May to be about 190,000 speeding violations.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich going through to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound congestion delays start in Stamford. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're bunched up nicely in Shelton going up to the Commodore Hole Bridge. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. Saturday, early clouds, then sunny by midday and early afternoon with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, a little tongue-in-cheek here, but it's a real story. There's a possibility of a commemorative $250 bill that would be printed by the U.S. Treasury, the Mint and all that, where they print these things, coins and dollars and stuff like that. And it would have Donald Trump's picture on it for the 250th birthday of the country. You can't make this up. We just Chris and I were laughing about this on the break there. Yeah, find the most anti-Trump person you can in your family and give it to them for a present. Can you imagine that? Oh my! And you know somebody's going to do it. You know, I'm telling you. You know that somebody is going to do it. Carol Ann's been holding on in Trumbull. Carol Ann, you're on WICC. How are you? What's up?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What's on your mind?
So I bet we've had enough conversation that you would guess how I feel about the 250 commemorative, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, historically, we've only had deceased presidents.
Yeah.
But I have to say what makes me a little disappointed in you is that you think that it's a joke amongst other Americans and that it's funny. And I think that the government is almost seen as a joke. And I would hate to do that amongst our citizens because you have a lot of good ideas and good things to say and to be like a good role model and leader rather than turning this into another Trump joke. It's just like, it's sad. It's like unlimited what can happen in this country. And now, it's like now this, like what's going to be tomorrow.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, what I think that, the country this would be the exact kind of thing, Carol Ann, to take the temperature of the country and a certain number of percentage of people, probably right now about 65% of the people are going to think this is horrible. And about 30-35% would say, hey, no biggie, whatever. Nobody is forcing anybody to do this. The reason I laugh at this, and I just look at the weird scenarios in this whole thing, like getting an anti-Trump person in your family, this, to me, would be hysterical. But having said that, I think that this situation is so what it is now. It's so entrenched with people that he is just going to, and his supporters are just going to do, and this may be a bad thing. Some people like this, some people don't. They're just going to do the poke the bear thing as much as they can. Now, understand, this is only coming from one member of Congress. So this gets him, Joe, whatever his name there, the guy from South Carolina, Joe Wilson. This gets him some ink and time on the air, too. But I just when you think, Carol Ann, it can't get any more weird, it does. And that's my point here. It does. I mean, right? Tell me you haven't said to yourself, well, it can't be worse than this. And then it turns out to be, fill in the blank, worse than this.
I would just like the economy focused on the Epstein files, all of that.
Yeah.
Resolving peace actually throughout the world, especially things that we've initiated.
Yeah.
And this is just like another circus kind of distraction.
Circus, that's it. That's exactly right. It's a 3-ring circus. It is. You're right.
I think America can do better, but thank you for taking my call.
Oh, Carol Ann, it's always my pleasure, ma'am. Thank you so much, Carol Ann there. Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect issue that's going to make people say, look at this guy's horrible. He should be arrested, lock him up. And there's going to be people saying, oh, my God, I'd love to, I'm going to spend $500 on gifts for my kids. I'll get them each a $250 Trump bill there. And then there's going to be a lot of people in the middle, right, that are saying, well, what did we expect?
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest inventory of name brand tires at discount prices, including Michelin tires, which give you the perfect match. A relaxing driving experience from your vehicle, along with all-season design for ultimate performance that stands out from the crowd. And Town Fair stands out from other dealers with a guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires and gives you more free services for life than anywhere. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich going through to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound congestion delays start in Stamford. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're bunched up nicely in Shelton going up to the Commodore Hole Bridge. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. Saturday, early clouds, then the sun by midday with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Ask Alexa to play WICC.
Playing WICC.
Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9.
The voice of Connecticut.
Yes, I've never met her, though. I don't know. She sounds interestingly like the woman who talks to me out of that thing I bought from Amazon about 3 or 4 years ago. There you go. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Bob, here's a guy who I know would buy at least 3 or 4 of those Trump $250 bills, commemorative bills for his family members, I would think, because he's loaded. Bob in Trumbull. Bob, how are you?
I'm not loaded yet. It's not after 5. Anyway, two things. One on the bill. You ought to say.
Hey, Bob, do me a favor. Call back. You're breaking up, so I'm going to hang up. Call right back, Bob. You sound like you were clipping there, or you had a bad connection there. So, Bob, do me a favor. I caught the joke, Bob. Finally, yes. It's not. He's not loaded. It's not 5 o'clock yet. Okay, but a boom, boom. There we go. Bob, give me a call back. Hello, Bob. Is Bob okay? There's no sign of Bob. There he is. All right, let's see if he's better on this phone. Bob, are you there?
Are you there?
Are you there? Hello.
Yeah.
Why,
Anyway,
why do I hear birds tweeting in the background? What do you got going on there?
I got the door open.
Yeah.
Those damn birds. Anyway, on the bill.
Yeah.
It ought to say, "In Donald J. Trump we trust."
Yeah.
I think that should be on there.
Can you imagine people if they put that on there? Oh my God, their heads would explode. Yes.
And then you could underneath you could put "The rest are losers." And now the speed cameras.
Yeah, speed cameras in the construction zone starting on Monday. Yes.
Yeah, 2 things. One is they could, the people that get the ticket, they should have like a speeding thing on the internet, with pictures of all the people that got the tickets.
Yeah.
It's easy to do because everybody's got a picture driver's license.
Sure. Oh, you want to now? Why would you want to do that, Bob? You're sowing discord.
Come on, I could see your picture all the time.
Yeah, well,
you would probably have a couple pages.
I probably would, judging by the way I like to drive. Yes, but Bob, you can't do this. Yes.
The other part is okay. I agree putting the cameras there in the work zones.
Yeah,
but they ought to change the law that says you have to have a union contractor to work on the state roads.
Yeah,
make it. Get rid of that, because if you had non-union, it would only take half the time. These work zones wouldn't be there for 2 years at a time.
Bob,
are you there for 6 months?
Are you insinuating that the fine state of Connecticut highway workers milk these things longer than they should?
Yeah.
Okay.
I am.
Don't ever change, Bob. Thank you so much. Bob was very jocular today. He had the door open, which was nice, which meant there was fresh air getting into Casa de Bob in Trumbull, and the birds were tweeting too. So as cutting and as tongue in cheek and Bob can be, there was a little bit of nature there to take off the edge. But come on, admit something. Just riddle me this. Admit something to me. You're thinking right now, don't say you're not, because I know you are. I know my audience. You're right now, you're thinking, if this Trump bill comes out, I'd love to get one for, right, XYZ. Come on. Even if you hate the guy, right? Come on, you thought about it. Saying, wait a minute, this is real money? Like it's commemorative, but it's real money? Yeah. You got to look at the mock-up of this. It's all over the internet. And it looks like they used his mugshot from when he was facing one of his 72 criminal trials or however many it is. But again, this is a big buzz now because I think Joe Wilson, the congressman from North Carolina or South Carolina, I forget where. In fact, let me look just because I want to be accurate about this. Oh, did I close out that page? I think I did. Well, trust me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, this is not going to definitely happen. But a member of Congress, a very conservative Republican House member, has introduced a bill that is a workaround. Because remember, to specifically prevent this, it is against the law to put living people on money. Simply to prevent, I don't know, stuff like this. But to just to reassure one of our last callers, Caroline, no, I take this very seriously. But my point is, just when you think it couldn't be any, it couldn't get to another level, whether you like the guy or hate the guy, it does. It just does. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, by the way, we got a little snippet, a little audio bite coming up from Chris Murphy, who was approached by, I believe, a Fox News digital producer. And Mr. Murphy was asked about him still supporting this guy from Maine, Graham Plattner. Did you see this guy? This is the guy that has said some colorful things about women in the past. The guy that's had this Nazi tattoo. He's covered it up, he says. It was PTSD. He's talked about pleasuring himself in places. So, and I just, So this digital producer found Senator Murphy traversing, I guess, the streets of Washington. Looks like he was going to get a little nosh, a little something to eat in what was obviously a Tony Washington eatery, and it went a little like this.
Are you rescinding your support for Graham Plattner after the lewd posts that leaked, all the things he said about mocking a wounded soldier, and he's also talked about like masturbation and porta potties and all these controversial posts? What do you think about it?
What's the polling in Maine right now?
I haven't seen the latest polls, but I think he's still
winning, right?
But what about you personally? Your support?
It seems like the people of Maine like the fact that he's talking about the struggles that regular people are going through, and don't like the fact that their current senator seems to be empowering a pretty corrupt agenda in this administration.
So you're going to keep supporting him, sir?
Yeah, I'm supporting.
Can you imagine? And listen, I'm not telling Chris Murphy who to support and who not to support. Whatever. If Graham Plattner wants to apologize for that stuff, he can or he can't, or he can go halfway, whatever. But can you imagine what the blowback would be if this wasn't Chris Murphy supporting a Democrat, and what Chris Murphy might say, or any of his compadres and cohorts and ever, what they might say if what you heard from Chris Murphy right here was coming out of a Republican's mouth? What might that be telling us?
Are you rescinding your support for Graham Plattner after the lewd posts that leaked, all the things he said about mocking a wounded soldier, and he's also talked about like masturbation and porta potties and all these controversial posts? What do you think about it?
What's the polling in Maine right now?
I haven't seen the latest polls, but I think he's still
winning, right?
But what about you personally? Your support?
It seems like the people of Maine like the fact that he's talking about the struggles that regular people are going through, and don't like the fact that their current senator seems to be empowering a pretty corrupt agenda in this administration.
So you're going to keep supporting him, sir?
Yeah, I'm supporting.
I got to tell you something. Chris Murphy, he never disappoints. He never disappoints. Oh, man. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Got a couple people on the line here. Stand by. We'll get to you. Don't go anywhere. Tom from New Haven, we see you there. Hang out. I just had to play that. I heard that today. Our buddy Tom Dudchick posted it on the on his Capitol report, and I said, "Oh, this is interesting. Let me watch this." So listen, we say what we say about Chris Murphy. I always say I respect the office, and I do respect the guy. Listen, he's in the Senate. I'm not. So there's a level of achievement from him that I don't think at this point in my life, 65 plus years in, I'm going to ever come up to. You know what I mean? But, yeah, Graham Plattner, this guy is a walking news story every day. Now, listen, he did serve in the military. He said he was proud to serve in the military, but, he has also said some rather off-color things. Haven't we all in our lives at one point or the other? He's made some comments about women. And again, if he wants to stay in, I'm not telling him to get out if he wants to apologize or what. But I'm just calling out what is, kind of sort of, I don't know, an obvious double standard here. At least I think so. Regarding all this. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let's tell you what. Let us take our break first here, and we will attempt to channel James in West Haven. You'll be up first. Let's do this right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to 90 minutes from Greenwich going through to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound congestion delays start in Stamford. New Haven, 95 south, you're jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're bunched up nicely in Shelton going up to the Commodore Hole Bridge. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. Saturday, early clouds, then sunny by midday and early afternoon with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt, love, support hope. Choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
Some people reach a line and stop. Some hit a wall and turn around. Then there are the ones who cross the line, climb the wall, face obstacles, and turn them to their advantage. That's where we come in. We're the next rodeo. We design bold marketing that drives real growth. A creative partner for businesses ready to push forward beyond what's expected. The Next Rodeo. Learn more at thenextrodeo.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, let's go to the phones here at 333-9422. Let's squeeze James in West Haven before the news. James, good afternoon. How are you?
Okay, how you doing?
I'm all right, James. I get up in the morning, and that's good news. So that's all I got.
Yeah, me too.
That's it.
I'm going to ask you about the Jackson Dart thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
He didn't know. Did he not know? Because they were talking about he's 22 years old. He's a kid. He didn't know. When I was 22 years old, I knew who was racist and who wasn't. Did he not know that Trump's a racist?
Some people think he's a racist. Some people think he isn't. So, and look.
I know he's a racist.
Okay, you do. All right. So,
Yeah.
but if maybe, and it's funny, James, I've heard this discussed with some people. And listen, there's varying, there's varying opinions on this. But here's the bottom line. You got a kid here who's, like you said, he's 22 years old. He's probably overwhelmed that somebody asked him to introduce the president of the United States. And I did hear some people on sports talk radio, James, throughout the week say, well, you can not like the person, but you can respect the office. And I got to tell you, James, honestly, if one of my favorite players or a player that I knew, and James, hang on if you want to stay. There's just not enough time to really get into this. James, hang on. We'll be back to you if you want to hang around. I would say I may not agree with the man in the White House there, but even if it was a Democrat and a player wants to introduce him, go ahead.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A possible draft to extend the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran has been reached, along with reopening the Strait of Hormuz. But final approval by President Trump and Iran's leader is still needed. That, according to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at today's briefing.
Everything depends on what the president wants to do. And President Trump is not going to make a bad deal for the American people, for the U.S.
The continued blockade driving up oil and gas prices for weeks. The Commerce Department figures show inflation is up 3.8% from this time last year. A separate report finding more Americans are going hungry now than at the height of the pandemic. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis has details.
This new report from the New York Fed shows what they call a remarkable rise in food insecurity, especially among those living paycheck to paycheck. And it's especially troubling because it impacts those with young children. Between late 2025 and early 2026, there was a sharp rise in households reporting that they had to skip meals, use food banks, and rely on SNAP benefits or dip into savings to cover their groceries, which are now 2.9% more expensive than a year ago.
New details about a CIA official who's arrested and accused of defrauding the government. ABC's Olivia Rubin says the case involves the discovery of gold bars and questions about this past.
$40 million worth of gold bars were found inside the home of a former senior CIA official who's now accused of lying about his past. Federal agents say they raided the Virginia home of David Rush and uncovered more than 300 gold bars, along with millions of dollars in cash and dozens of luxury watches. Court documents describe Rush as a, quote, former senior executive service level employee with a top secret security clearance.
ABC's Olivia Rubin. On Wall Street today, stocks ending up. You're listening to ABC News.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The Justice Department is launching a criminal investigation into E. Jean Carroll, who was awarded a settlement in a defamation case against President Trump.
Sources tell ABC News the investigation is allegedly centered around whether Carroll committed perjury during her civil lawsuits against Trump. Carroll was awarded a $5 million civil judgment in 2023 that found Trump liable for sexually abusing her in a department store dressing room in the mid-1990s and defaming her.
ABC's Mary Bruce. The Supreme Court today threw out the conviction of a black death row inmate from Mississippi who claims there was racial bias in the makeup of the jury.
By a 5-4 vote, the Supreme Court Thursday sided with Terry Pitchford, sentenced to death for the killing of a grocery store owner. He was 18 at the time. Though his friend fired the fatal shots, he was under 18 and ineligible for the death penalty. There was one black juror in a trial with similarities to that of another black man on Mississippi's death row, whose conviction the high court overturned 7 years ago. Doug Evans, a now retired prosecutor with a history of dismissing black jurors for discriminatory reasons, had excused 4 other black people.
ABC's Chuck Severson. In Florida, police in Vero Beach say the suspect in a double murder earlier this year has been found dead. Police say Jesse Ellis had been missing since March and last seen walking into the ocean by witnesses. He's accused of fatally shooting his estranged wife and another man outside the Indian River County Main Library. Michelle Francis.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A suspect facing charges connected to absentee ballot issues in the 2023 Bridgeport Democratic mayoral primary appeared in court this afternoon. 64-year-old Robert Allen Anderson was a municipal employee who told investigators he was hired by Mayor Joe Ganem's campaign for the primary, and his role was to distribute absentee ballot applications. Security camera footage shows Anderson allegedly depositing multiple completed absentee ballots into the drop box outside the Margaret E. Morton Government Center. Anderson initially denied that he possessed completed absentee ballots, but when investigators showed him the video footage, he then said he had, quote, maybe 10, if that many, in his possession. Bridgeport City Councilor Alfredo Castillo and former Democratic Town Committee Vice Chair Wanda Jeter-Pataki are scheduled to appear in court in July, while Bridgeport City Councilor Maria Pereira will appear in court next month with a new attorney representing her. Automated highway work zone speed cameras will be activated next Monday. During June, violators will only be issued a warning with no fine. Starting July 6th, a first offense warning will be issued. A second offense will cost violators $75. However, if a vehicle travels 85 miles per hour or higher in a work zone, there will be a $75 fine, even if it's a first offense. Camera locations include Bolton, East Lyme, Colchester, Glastonbury, and West Haven. And Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong addressed the concerns of Fairfield residents about the newly installed speed cameras in town at a news conference this morning. The town has received multiple complaints from residents about the cameras, particularly regarding privacy and concerns about where the ticket money is going. This follows a statement posted Wednesday by Police Chief Michael Paris, who said in part, quote, the program is not about punishment, and it is certainly not about generating revenue. It's about prevention, accountability, and protecting our most vulnerable population, especially our children. Senator Wong has called for the program to be paused temporarily to address the concerns of residents, but did say that something must be done to address the issue of speeding.
About 114,000 speeding violations in the first 17 days of May. And that's a monthly projection for May to be about 190,000 speeding violations.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, northbound Greenwich, accident between exits 3 and 4 in the right lane. 95 northbound, 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. Maybe a couple breaks along the way through. On 95 in New Haven, just volume delays heavy in both directions through Long Wharf and West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. Saturday, early clouds, then the sun by midday with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we'll get to Mike O'Neill from the Landmark Legal Foundation coming up out of the news at 4:35. You may have heard the U.S. Supreme Court vacating a conviction of a black man because the High Court said, hey, there was some racial bias here in picking jurors. So we'll see how that reverberates across the country with Mike O'Neill, and we'll get some answers to our question about speed zone work cameras coming up. I want to go back to James in West Haven here. Joe in Westport, I see you. We'll get to you momentarily. James, thanks for hanging on. What I think happened here, honestly, with Jackson Dart is he got caught up in the moment. Somebody said, hey, do you want to introduce the president here? I mean, I don't think he's that dumb, James, that he doesn't know the controversy here. I wonder, James, here's my question. Did he ask the team first? Nobody has said that. And I wonder if he went to Jim Harbaugh, he went to Joe Shane and said, hey, I've been asked to do this. What do you think? That's what I'm wondering here.
Well, I'm thinking back when I was 19. I'm 62 now.
Yeah.
And I'm black.
Okay.
I'm a black man, and I remember when I was 19, 18, 20. Louis Farrakhan was prevalent. You know, he was giving a lot of speeches and things.
Oh, yeah.
And he talked a lot about race.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't like the things that he said about race. He said white people were devils. And I said, no, they are not. And I didn't like the things that he said. So if somebody had came to me and said, oh, Louis Farrakhan's coming to West Haven, I want you to introduce him, I would have said, hell no. I'm not introducing him to no one.
Okay, I got you. Yeah.
I'm saying, so the excuse that you're 22 and don't know, I always put myself in other people's shoes. Yeah. When I was 19, 18, when Louis Farrakhan was saying the things that he said, I didn't like it. So I'm saying, what's the difference between me and him? No, and I wouldn't have, and listen, I wouldn't have had to go ask my team, should I do this or not? I would have said, I'm not doing it. Period.
Yeah, fair enough. No, James, and you're right. Oh man, do I remember because you and I are about the same age. I'm 65, but man, when Farrakhan was on a roll, right? You'd look at him and go, wow, does he really say that? So, yeah, but I'm just interested into, I mean, look, he can't not, he's 22, James. He can't not know the controversy, can he?
He should. I don't know how you don't know. This is the president of the United States. Now, I don't know Donald Trump, but the one thing I do know, and I'm not just saying this just to be saying it, I know he's a racist from the things that he said and the things that he's done. If you're racist, that's fine. I don't even care about that. You have every right to be racist.
Yeah, you do.
To be the president of the United States and be racist, and you want me to introduce you? No, I'm not doing it.
All right, fair enough. James, thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. I wanted to give you the time there. Thanks, James. Louis Farrakhan. Man, there's a name you haven't heard in a while. Joe in Westport has been hanging on. Joe, how are you, man? What's up?
Hey, Paul, how are you?
Good, Joe. What do you got?
Well, I'm picking up on Chris's report.
Yeah.
And the Fairfield speeding cameras.
Yeah.
I was in Fairfield a few weeks ago, and I got a warning.
Got a warning.
31
Yeah.
in front of the school. I mean, that's... But I was wrong, so I take it.
Okay.
And I support the speed cameras.
Yeah.
But also, I support them in the work zones in the highway.
Yeah.
But I think it's ridiculous that if you're going more than 85, it's only a $75 fine for the first offense. You should lose your license.
Yeah, that Joe, to me, 85. I mean, that should be first offense. That should be $150, $200. It should, and I know.
Should be a license.
Well,
you should get your license suspended.
I don't know whether, Joe, I would go that far, but I did see that, and I said, wow, I mean, 85 is, I mean, that's moving. 70 is one thing. 75 is another thing. When you get up to 85, that's hauling ass pretty good. It really is.
It's reckless.
Yeah. Yeah. Joe, thank you. I appreciate it, Joe. Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah. And you know what? we didn't always have speed limits. I'll come back and tell you there's a key phrase, because Joe mentioned reckless there. Reminds me of a key phrase that used to be used by traffic enforcement officers. We'll talk about that. We'll bring Chris Williams on to give you some answers to our question. All that and more straight ahead.
This spring, Melissa in the Morning is hitting the road and coming to your town. It's the return of the WICC Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour.
Order up.
Every Thursday morning, join Melissa Sheketoff as she broadcasts live from diners across Fairfield County. Local leaders, selectmen, and everyone that makes your town great will stop by live. Find the full schedule at voiceofct.com and join us. Presented by Connecticut Education Association.
We had a harsh, long, cold winter, and with spring finally here, K&J Tree Service would love to come out and do a free tree risk assessment, and I had this done at my house last year, and I'm so grateful for that. They will actually check the health of your trees and then give you recommendations on work to be done. We didn't actually have to remove any trees from our property, but tree trimming and limb removal, that was essential to make sure that our trees were in good shape. At K&J Tree Service, they are also offering special discounts to my listeners, including $250 off of jobs that are $2,500 or more, $500 off of jobs that are $5,000 or more. Is your yard ready for spring after this terrible winter? At K&J Tree Service, they care for your trees like your family. Schedule a free tree health assessment today and let the experts ensure that your trees are going to thrive in these warmer months ahead. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free evaluation. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE.
Oppa! The Olympiad 2026 Greek Festival, May 29th to the 31st at the Holy Trinity Greek Orthodox Church in Bridgeport. The biggest celebration of Greek food, music, and culture in Bridgeport. Free admission. Taste authentic souvlaki, spanakopita, and baklava. Dance to live music. Shop in the marketplace. Fun for the whole family. Olympiad 2026 Greek Festival, May 29th to 31st. Holy Trinity Greek Orthodox Church, 4070 Park Ave, Bridgeport. GreekFestivalBridgeport.com.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, northbound Greenwich, accident between exits 3 and 4 in the right lane. 95 northbound, 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. Maybe a couple breaks along the way through. On 95 in New Haven, just volume delays heavy in both directions through Long Wharf and West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Match Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. Saturday, early clouds, then sunny by midday and early afternoon with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Greater Bridgeport. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, that is us at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We'll get to Chris Williams momentarily here. He'll be giving us answers to our Facebook question of the day having to do with starting Monday, these work zone speed cameras will be up and running. We'll tell you about that in 5 different places. Years ago, I was reading this, and this is interesting. I guess, and if you folks are a little older than me, because I don't ever remember this, but there used to be a theory of speed enforcement here in the state. And we talk about how speed limits are set kind of like artificially low, meaning, and I had a traffic engineer tell me once, and I read where if there's a speed limit set at 60, that means the road is actually designed to carry traffic at 70 safely. 65 is actually 75, whatever. Having said that, I think the term was proper and reasonable, meaning, and it's something we notice all the time, if everybody is doing about the same speed, now we're not talking through a work zone here, but if everybody is doing about the same speed, 70, 75, and everybody's behaving, and nobody's cutting somebody off or doing weird lane changes and all this, the enforcing officer was then told, well, enforce it as to who's being proper and reasonable. In other words, if everybody's doing 65 and there's some jamoke doing 80, the jamoke from Jamokeville, USA, ends up getting the ticket. If everybody is doing 40 and there's somebody doing 15 or 20, you ticket that person because, yes, you can't ticket people for driving too slowly for conditions. And this is all before we got not roped into, but wrapped up with numbers. And again, Richard Nixon, remember, set the national speed limit of 55 mainly because of oil and gas consumption. But then they glommed onto it. 55 saves lives, whatever. Try driving 55. See what happens. See how many times you get pancaked driving 55. Oh my God. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. To our Facebook page we go, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Connecticut will activate speed cameras in 5 more highway work zones this coming Monday. Do you approve? Why or why the heck not? Chris Williams is here. He's got something for us. Chris, what do you have for us?
We need to keep everyone safe. That is from Lucille. Just slow down. Slow down in work zones. Give everyone a chance to get back home safely at the end of the day. From Charlie, good test on 95 West Haven, says Daniel. Our friend Dave says, yes, I approve. People fly through the work zones too fast. It's only a matter of time until a worker gets injured or killed. Paul thinks it's a poor tax and its purpose, it's a revenue and not safety. How about we find out why everyone is speeding and blowing red lights? Seems like that's a bigger issue that's being ignored. Alan says 95 in West Haven, where traffic slows to a crawl every day, won't make too much money on those cameras. And those are the people who do 100, and they're probably in stolen cars or unregistered. And Chuck says not just no, but hell no. Do you want me to continue with his?
No, we got no. But here's my point. And I don't understand this. There are people who say people drive too fast, okay? How do you get them to slow down unless it costs them money? If it doesn't cost money, you're never going to get a gross meaning large, you're never going to get a big reduction in speed. It's not going to happen. They tell you where the cameras are. They give you the statistics, how fast you can go. Not everything is just a money grab. Well, they're charging money. Yes, they're charging money because you people won't slow down. I'm sick and tired of it's a money grab, it's a money grab. Everything in life is a money grab. I mean, this notion, this insistence that, oh, it's a tax. No, it won't cost you a cent if you slow the freak down. You get warnings about where they start warning you a mile back. So, if there's a construction crew out there, move over. Get your head out of the sand and move over. Wait till you're past the construction zone, and that's why they put those signs up there, end construction. Legally, they have to define where the construction zone ends because of law enforcement. Certain laws, certain penalties are up, whatever. Then you can go back to driving like a jamoke. I don't understand this. This is not surreptitious law enforcement. They tell you they're out there. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's infuriating to me. Well, they're going to take my money. Yeah, and there's an easy way not to get your money taken. Slow down. The brake pedal, the 1 second to the right, it slows the vehicle down. Then once it says end construction, you can push the other one, which speeds the vehicle up. Hence its title, an accelerator. JR in Stamford. JR, how are you? What's up?
Not too bad. I got two things.
Yeah.
One, I don't have a problem with the speed cameras, sort of. Mm-hmm. But if they're going to have them, then roll the speed limits back up to where they were before they started lowering them, because they assumed everybody was going to run 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. Because we have a lot of local roads where it's gone from 35 to 30 to 25 because the complaint is we've lowered it because people are speeding. Yeah. Well, if you're going to have the speed cameras in those areas, raise it back to 35.
They're never going to do that. They're never.
I understand.
Yeah, because then if it's 35, they actually would give you to 44 before you hit that 10th mile an hour. You know what I mean? And then, so no, that's never going to. But I see what you're saying, JR. I got it. Okay, go ahead.
The other thing is, when I was a kid, I lived in California. California had something called the Basic Safety Law.
Okay.
And not a speed limit. Speed limits were quote-unquote suggestions.
Yes.
And if you could prove that you were driving safely, even if you were driving 15 miles an hour over the speed limit, you could get your ticket waived.
That's what I mentioned a few minutes ago. And JR, thank you. I appreciate it. What was it called again in California? What was it called?
It was called the Basic Safety Law.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I got you. I got to run, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, that's probably the same thing as proper and reasonable. Or I think it was reasonable and prudent. I got to check that out. JR, thanks, man. Traffic and weather together, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, northbound Greenwich, accident between exits 3 and 4 in the right lane. 95 northbound, 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. Maybe a couple breaks along the way through. On 95 in New Haven, just volume delays heavy in both directions through Long Wharf and West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. Saturday, early clouds, then the sun by midday with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave homebuyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
Speak your mind, because Paul certainly speaks his. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, our friend JR was right. California's basic speed law dictates that you must never drive faster than is safe or prudent for the current conditions, regardless of the posted speed limit. So essentially it means in California, and I guess this was the extension in Connecticut and other states here, reasonable and proper or something like that, you can still get a ticket for driving too fast for the environment, even if you're traveling below the legal speed limit. So the speed limit is a numerical value there, but if the conditions are bad or if traffic is slow and you're doing below the limit, you can still get ticketed.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A possible draft to extend the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran has been reached. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirming that negotiating teams have made progress. That could include reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The president, though, and Iran's leader have not signed off. ABC's Karen Travers has more.
The big sticking point potentially still could be the issue of sanctions being lifted on Iran. The president was pretty clear yesterday in that cabinet meeting that he does not want to see that relief, but Bessent did not explicitly rule out that was part of the discussions right now with Iran.
New data signals the economic strain for Americans due to the ongoing conflict with Iran and rising oil and gas prices. The Commerce Department figures show inflation is up 3.8% from this time last year. Health officials sounding the alarm on the Ebola outbreak. Africa's CDC says there are now 1,077 suspected cases and 246 suspected deaths in the Democratic Republic of Congo. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The fiscal 2027 state budget adjustment bill is now law. It was signed Tuesday by Governor Ned Lamont. According to his office, it includes what is described as a, quote, historic increase in funding for every school district and municipality in the state.
And you have the best schools in the country right here in Connecticut because you have the best teachers in the world.
The governor said the funding is done in a responsible way to keep Connecticut on solid financial ground while making strategic investments. Connecticut Department of Developmental Services Commissioner Jordan Sheff is leaving his role for a job in Virginia. Governor Ned Lamont made the announcement on Tuesday. Sheff will be replaced by Deputy Commissioner Elisa Villardo. He says the decision was made for personal reasons. It comes as the department is facing criticism for a report of abuse and neglect of people in their care, noting 4,000 allegations of abuse and 15 deaths in 2024. Police said a man and woman have now been identified in connection to a theft from a grocery store in Oxford. It happened around 6 p.m. on May 19th at Market 32. Surveillance video showed them pushing shopping carts containing various products out of the store. A New Haven-based law firm says 2 clients filed sexual harassment complaints against John Maduco. The former Connecticut State College and University's interim chancellor had 4 complaints filed against him by women. 2 of the complaints were for sexual harassment and 2 were not. CSCU is hiring an independent firm to investigate the allegations. A spokesperson for CSCU says the board is committed to a thorough investigation and recognizes the public wants answers to the allegations, even though Meduco is no longer employed there. The Connecticut Board of Regents is appointing Natalie Braswell as CSCU interim chancellor. Braswell is a legal counselor and advisor to Governor Ned Lamont. She was appointed after an hour-and-a-half session on Tuesday. Lamont says Braswell is a steady hand who can deliver results in challenging situations. The CSCU system has been under scrutiny over sexual harassment allegations against Meduco, as well as a vote of no confidence by the Connecticut State Community College Senate, which also occurred on Tuesday. An outside law firm is investigating alleged misuse of City of Ansonia credit cards. The Board of Alders approved the Crumby law firm to look into the allegations on Wednesday night, including possible misuse of city vehicles and possible misuse of City Hall and other city facilities for political activity during work hours. Mayor Frank Tishka says his administration uncovered information from residents reporting that certain officials and employees allegedly misused city-issued credit cards, vehicles, gas purchasing access, City Hall facilities, and other resources before December 1st, 2025. Tishka says he hopes it's not an actual disaster, but he is looking for the truth. The mayor addressed the Board of Alders at a meeting attended by WFSB Channel 3.
With this investigation, we begin the process to get any potential lost taxpayers' money back and hold anyone who took advantage of you, our taxpayers, accountable.
Two alders voted against the investigation, saying they needed to know the dollar amount that was unaccounted for before approving. When former Mayor David Cassetti was contacted about the vote, he referred NBC Connecticut to his attorney and called the motive a, quote, political witch hunt. And Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy's new book explores societal and economic issues in modern American politics. In Crisis of the Common Good, the fight for meaning and connection in a broken America, Murphy shares his belief that political realignment is forthcoming. Murphy believes that both Republicans and Democrats have an opportunity to broaden their coalition and force a full restructuring of American politics. He shares a story about a dinner with Republican then-Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio, who shared the same thought regarding party consolidation. Murphy tells the Connecticut Mirror that AI could be the breaking point. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
In New Haven, 91 northbound, an overturned vehicle approaching exit 3. Stay to the right to get through. Has things backed up through the merge and onto Long Wharf. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, over 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound accident remains between exits 3 and 4. Has things backing up towards the state line. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. Saturday, early clouds, then sunny by midday and early afternoon with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where you come when you want the local perspective on national matters. The Voice of Connecticut and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, we'll get back to the local stuff momentarily. Great to have you with us, though, at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Some interesting things happened concerning the U.S. Supreme Court today. A conviction of such was set aside because of a racial reason. Other stuff, too. These aren't landmark gangbuster cases, but wanted to check in with our buddy. He's one of the VPs of law at the Landmark Legal Foundation. Mike O'Neill is with us. Mike, good afternoon as always. How are you?
I'm well, Paul. Good to be with you.
Thank you, Mike. So what happened today? Let's talk about this one case. Let's start with this regarding a case where I guess the High Court says, yes, there was some racial bias here in what, a murder case? Fill us in.
Yeah, I think you're talking about the Pitchford versus Kane. This is involving Batson challenges and preemptory challenges at trial. And so what was required is, as you probably know, as you've seen in trials on television and everything, that the attorneys for each side, the prosecution and the defense, are entitled to a number of preemptory challenges when they're doing jury selection, voir dire, and they can challenge them and they can say, okay, we're gonna cancel, strike juror 3, 5, 7 and they don't have to express a reason. However, there's a case they are not allowed to do this. Prosecutors and defense aren't allowed to discriminate on the basis of race. So a prosecutor can't simply strike jurors for the sole purpose of on the basis of their race. There's a case in 1985, Batson versus Kentucky, that prohibits that. It violates the Equal Protection Clause. Yeah. So you can't simply say that juror 3, I'm going to strike you, and you have to express a reason beyond race. You have to be able to do that. And there was some questions here in this case, Pitchford versus Kane, which involved, I think, a pretty severe conviction. 2 black teenagers robbed a grocery store and shot and killed, and one of them shot and killed the white owner. So we're talking about serious convictions here. And the trial court didn't follow all the requirements for when a Batson challenge is raised by a defense attorney. They can raise that challenge. They can say, hey, we believe that the prosecution struck these jurors on the basis of race. The prosecution's entitled to defend their decision, and that is a rebuttable presumption, and the defense is entitled to come back at them. And the trial court has to make sure that they follow these specific procedures when a Batson challenge is raised in order to ensure that the Equal Protection Clause is preserved and the rights of the accused are preserved properly. And the court, in a 5-4 decision, said, hey, we're going to hold you to that, trial courts. And if you're going to fail to follow these procedures, we're going to remand it back, and we're going to, even despite the fact that I think it was a appellate court had affirmed the trial court's opinion and decision, and I think the Supreme Court really reiterated that they're going to hold these trial court judges' feet to the fire when it comes to Batson challenges, and they're going to say, hey, look, we're protecting the rights of the accused in these cases, and unless you follow these procedures and allow the defense the opportunity to rebut this, you're not going to. It's not going to pass constitutional muster. And so, in this 5-4 decision, you saw that. So, preservation of the Batson decision, really important to ensure that these preemptory challenges and that the rights of the accused are preserved. And the court affirmed that in a 5-4 decision.
Yeah, you don't see too many 5-4s from this court or any other court, Mike. And I guess Brett Kavanaugh wrote the majority opinion in this. Is that right?
Yeah, and that's on par with him. He's demonstrated in the past that he's going to be very serious about. He's going to take these Batson challenges seriously. It's kind of one of the justices we've seen in the past have their own little kind of issues, and as their tenure elongates on the court, you can see that. Okay, Neil Gorsuch is going to probably handle a Native American case. When it's a Batson decision, that's kind of the forte of Justice Kavanaugh, and you're going to see him weigh in accordingly.
Interesting. And finally, I see where the High Court may step in here as far as the War Powers resolution. What's up with that?
Oh, was there something I didn't see that? Can you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, that's right. There are a couple other criminal cases that came down, decisions that came involved. What was the war power? If you give me a quick section,
I'm sorry. The Supreme Court may upend Congress's power over the Trump-Iran war. Several Republicans defending the president's military actions in Iran say he has broad constitutional authority to conduct overseas operations, and they want the whole debate over the War Powers resolution.
That would be great
to land before the Supreme Court.
That would be interesting.
Yeah,
I think that would be a really interesting thing. You're talking about debating the constitutionality of the War Powers Act, and that would be a really welcome debate that I think would be proper for the Supreme Court to get a handle on. The extent to which Congress can, the interaction here, we're talking about the Congress's power to declare war, and then the president's power as commander in chief. So you're going to see there's obviously tension between those two delegated powers in our Constitution, And so the War Powers Act, the question is, of course, is whether the War Powers Act intrudes on the presidential's prerogative as commander-in-chief and to conduct. And we know when he's operating in an international capacity, he's operating at the height of his executive powers. But again, of course, you have the power to declare war. So you have these contrasting powers within our Constitution that are in tension. And I think if there is an actual federal challenge to that migrates up to the Supreme Court, that would be a very, very important case that I think would be really interesting to take on. So thank you for broaching that. That's a really important subject to talk about.
Yeah, and you said you had one more that you wanted to mention here. Anything else rumbling there?
Yeah, there were just a couple of cases involved from the Supreme Court involving criminal procedures. There was some application. There was a creative application of the Compassionate Release Act. I think, as you saw, unfortunately, depending on your perspective, Justice Jackson was in a lone dissent. This is a case that reiterated, the court reiterated, look, if you're going to challenge an unlawful detention, in other words, if you're imprisoned and you want to challenge the lawfulness of your imprisonment, you have to do it through what is known as a habeas corpus petition.
Sure.
And criminal defense attorneys creatively were trying to apply a different statute, which is the Compassionate Release Act. And Justice Jackson was the lone dissenting, saying, look, I think that we can apply the Compassionate Release Act for people who are alleging that they've been unlawfully detained. No, said 8 of the justices. The proper avenue for doing that is through your habeas corpus petition. So Justice Jackson is out there, again, kind of on her lone island with some of this stuff. And you can interpret that however manner you want to talk about. But I think that was getting a little bit of play here in the Supreme Court circles today. So Justice Jackson out there again on her own with kind of a creative interpretation of a particular statute where even Justices Sotomayor and Kagan were jumping on board.
What?
So interesting stuff as usual, right, Paul?
Yeah, Mike O'Neill, Landmark Legal Foundation. Mike, as always, love your input here. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Sure, my pleasure. Have a great afternoon.
Take care. Yeah, why not debate the War Powers Act, right? How about that? All right, we'll step out, do a little business, traffic, and weather to get a lot more coming up right here on WICC.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire. Michelin's innovative technologies are designed for durability and performance over any of the toughest road conditions, so you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires. And Town Fair's been a name you can trust since 1967. Now with over 120 locations and still growing, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Well, stocks finished the day higher. The Dow up just modestly. The S&P up around 0.5%. The NASDAQ up nearly 1% on the day. Investors seeing some optimism today amid a report from Axios, which said that U.S. and Iranian negotiators reached an agreement to a 60-day memorandum of understanding to extend its ceasefire and also launched some negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. Also, oil prices fell back to around $89 a barrel today. In economic news, investors zeroed in on a Commerce Department report which showed that consumer prices increased a little less than expected in April. The Commerce Department's PCE index rose about 0.4% after climbing 0.7% in March. Economists were looking for prices to increase 0.5%. The report also said the annual growth rate by the PCE price index accelerated to 3.8% in April from 3.5% in March, that falling in line with economist estimates. And Groupon says it's cutting 400 positions as it rebuilds as an AI-native company.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code ACTIVE for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ACTIVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's ACTIVE.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
In New Haven, 91 northbound, an overturned vehicle approaching exit 3. Stay to the right to get through. Has things backed up through the merge and onto Long Wharf. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, over 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound accident remains between exits 3 and 4. Has things backing up towards the state line. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. Saturday, early clouds, then the sun by midday with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Live, local, and already talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you with us, our buddy, our pal. Every Thursday we check in with former Republican State Senate Leader John McKinney, as we're wanting to do every Thursday at 5:15. So we will check in with him, of course, coming up in 5:15, about 24 minutes and change from now. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Connecticut is going to activate speed cameras in more highway work zones this coming Monday to approve why or why not. And that is going to be our Facebook question of the day, facebook.com/voice of CT. As what did I tell you 6-8 months ago when this thing was finally starting to gain steam? There would be, there would be a little tentativeness. Is that a word? The state, localities may be tentative, but boy, they're going into this head on. 15, I think, cities or towns have either gotten the approval from the state and are up and running, or are close to it. You watch what happens in, by the, what are there, 169 cities and towns in Connecticut. I would bet that by the end of next year, not this year, 2026, I would say that by the end of 2027, of the 169 cities and towns in the state, I will bet you year and a half, and carry the 3 divided by 2. I will say half of the cities and towns in the state will be actively running speed cameras and or stop sign cameras or stoplight cameras. So what's half of 169? 84 and a half, 85, something like that. You watch toward the end of not the rest of this year, but next year. And, you listen, you watch, you read comments from police and local officials in areas who, even when people are grousing, they're telling people, well, this is making people slow down. Now, is the process perfect? Probably not. What process is perfect when you think about it, right? Are the cameras going to make mistakes? I guess they could. But how do you prove that? How do you prove that? How do you now again? And I keep forgetting to contact a couple of people I know in Hartford who would know more about this. But somebody brought up something really intriguing about this a few days ago this week. They brought up the calibration of these things. And how do you calibrate? I'm sure there's a way they do this. I don't think they run vehicles back and forth. Maybe they do. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. But I wonder if there's any calibration in this bill that's got to be done, or it's got to be done, so many times within a set of times, right? Because listen, other businesses have to do it. The state has a weights and measures department, which is connected to, I think, consumer protection. And I used to remember in our store, our family store, once or twice a year, usually unannounced, just to make sure that they could catch people who were not really calibrating their scales correctly. Oh, that screw's a half turn off. You mean it added 2 ounces to your cold cut order? I'm sorry. But I remember they used to come in, and the guy used to come, and he had precise weights, a half pound, a quarter pound, 1 pound, 2 pounds, 5 pounds. And then if the scale was deemed to be accurate enough, we got the little sticker on. And that sticker ran through, whatever. Now, I know they used to be on gas pumps. Well, I got to look. Do they still do that with gas pumps? You get a weights and measures person that goes in, and they have the station turn on the pump. Maybe they buy the gas. I don't know. They reimburse the station owner for what it is. And they have a, specific container, and they try to get as close as they can, the little squeeze at the end, got it right on zero. Yeah. And then you see, there's a calibrated, I guess, container to see, okay, I dispensed a gallon or a half gallon. How close am I here? But you would think those speed cameras have to have some sort of a calibration system here. I shall endeavor to find that out in all my good nature for you. Traffic and weather together right here, 56 past the hour. Coming up, a lot more top stories, top of the hour, right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
In New Haven, 91 northbound, an overturned vehicle approaching exit 3. Stay to the right to get through. Has things backed up through the merge and onto Long Wharf. In Lower Fairfield County, 95 north, over 90 minutes from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound accident remains between exits 3 and 4. Has things backing up towards the state line. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. Saturday, early clouds, then sunny by midday and early afternoon with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Got an email here from one of our dedicated listeners. Good to hear from him. Hiya, Paul. After this story broke on Melissa's morning show, I went to see for myself the Jefferson Street speed camera location. There are small, black and white, innocuous signs posted. The speed limit there is 20 miles an hour during school hours, whatever that means. This is a high school and a college, not little kids. It's on a hill. I rode my brake all the way down and was still doing 23 miles an hour when the camera was flashing. And why take my picture for that matter? It's supposedly going to take just your license plate, but I don't know. I'm betting that every single car got warnings in their mailboxes. He adds, I'm not opposed to these cameras. He gets, again, I'm not opposed, I should say, to speed cameras. God knows we brought this on ourselves. The spot is just unreasonable. Now, and thank you for writing, I read that and I say, well, and yeah, sometimes it's tough to ride your brake all the way down a hill. Maybe it's, and I forgive me, I don't know exactly where that location is, but maybe they put it there precisely because it's on a hill. See what I'm saying? Maybe precisely that, because again, these locations, no matter what city or town it is, were supposedly picked in consultation with the police department, and these cities and towns then would have had to show the DOT why they are picking that spot with some numbers attached.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Lindsay Davis, anchor Prime, streaming weeknights on ABC News Live. Following days of escalations between the U.S. and Iran, including strikes launched by both sides, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed American and Iranian negotiators believe they have arrived at a draft agreement to formally extend the ceasefire and gradually open the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump and Iran's leader would still have to approve. ABC's Ian Panels in Jerusalem and says it's the latest attempt to end the nearly 3-month-long conflict.
How many times have we now been saying a ceasefire is about to be extended or a deal is about to be announced? In actual fact, the answer is about 4 or 5 times over the last few weeks, and we're now at that stage again. U.S. officials telling Axios, Associated Press and others that they think a deal is pretty much there, or at least an interim agreement. It just needs a signature.
The U.S. economy is facing headwinds due to the war with Iran. New data shows inflation is at a 3-year high. In Dallas, witnesses say a fire and explosion at an apartment complex sounded like a bomb went off. 4 people were transported to the hospital. ABC's Alex Stone has the latest.
Lindsay, had started as a gas leak call, a large explosion and fire. While the fire is now contained, not much is left of the apartment building. It burned completely down. Firefighters say they're searching for any victims in and around the burned building right now.
There's unknown how many possible fatalities we may have.
4 victims were transported to hospitals with unknown injuries. Construction work had been underway outside of the building before the gas explosion. Lindsay?
Efforts are underway to see if anyone else is missing. The growing Ebola outbreak in Central Africa has prompted the Trump administration to set up a 50-bed facility in Kenya for any Americans who face quarantine due to the Ebola outbreak. Suspected cases in Central Africa now top more than 1,000. The facility could open tomorrow. Officials did not say if Americans would be allowed to return to the U.S. in order to receive care if necessary. You're listening to ABC News.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Bakery owners, you will be loved today. Every pastry will be flaky. Your cake will make a child's day. Your delivery van won't get sideswiped by a distracted garbage truck driver. But if so, breathe easy, knowing you'll get back to business quickly with Progressive protecting your commercial auto. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
I'm Lindsay Davis. For the latest on today's headlines, be sure to watch Prime tonight, starting at 7 Eastern on ABC News Live. Now with more news, here's Michelle Franzen.
In Washington state, recovery efforts continue for 9 paper mill workers unaccounted for following a chemical tank rupture earlier this week. 2 are confirmed dead. ABC's Melissa Adon is in Longview.
At this point, the EPA is on the ground here. They're testing the air quality. They're testing the water quality. And so far, they haven't come up with any threats to the area, any threats to the community. However, testing is still underway. EPA officials are still here concerned because there could always be that possibility or threat of something leaking out to the public.
A first-of-its-kind drug for hepatitis B is called a functional cure by researchers. It lets some patients stop treatment without showing signs of the dangerous liver virus.
In 2 international studies, about 1 in 5 patients given the experimental drug saw their virus reduced to levels low enough for the immune system to keep in check. The new drug attacks hepatitis B by binding to its genetic components, suppressing viral replication as well as a key protein, and stimulates the immune system, says GSK, which paid for the studies and developed the drug with Ionis Pharmaceuticals. More studies needed to see how long the results last, says a hepatitis expert at the University of Michigan.
ABC's Chuck Sievertson. Sources say the Coast Guard is asking permission to send divers to new areas of the Bahamas in the search for Lynette Hooker from Michigan. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Woodbridge man is pleading guilty to drug trafficking charges. 37-year-old Reginald Rogers was arrested following a traffic stop in February 2024, where 21 kilograms of cocaine were found in his vehicle. Rogers will be sentenced on August 26th. Police said a man and a woman have now been identified in connection to a theft from a grocery store in Oxford. It happened around 6 p.m. on May 19th at Market 32. Surveillance video showed them pushing shopping carts containing various products out of the store. And Connecticut Department of Developmental Services Commissioner Jordan Sheff is leaving his role for a job in Virginia. Governor Ned Lamont made the announcement on Tuesday. Sheff will be replaced by Deputy Commissioner Elisa Villardo. He says the decision was made for personal reasons. It comes as the department is facing criticism for a report of abuse and neglect of people in their care, noting 4,000 allegations of abuse and 15 deaths in 2024. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New Haven, 91 northbound, an overturned vehicle approaching exit 3. Stay to the far right side to get through. Has things backed up through Long Wharf, through West Haven, and heading towards Milford now on 95 North. Lower Fairfield County on 95 North, an accident reported near exit 21 overall. Either 95 of the Parkway, 90 minutes, Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. And Route 8 northbound, another accident reported, exit 25B. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Match Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. Saturday, early clouds, then the sun by midday with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, good to have you with us. It's the fabulous fourth and final hour here with me and you together. Aren't we having a dandy day today? Chills and fever, ain't it? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Big topics today include the starting the use the state will be. I sound like Yoda. Use the state will be. Use the state will be. Cameras, speeding. No, speed cameras are going to be on the highways now. But they're not going to be just getting speeders. They were going to do that, and I guess they figured, hey, everybody speeds. We'll be machine gunning these tickets issued by these speed cameras like, confetti in Times Square on New Year's Eve. So instead of doing that, they're going to start another pilot program. This one starts Monday, July the 1 July. They're going to do this at 5 different construction sites in the state, because now they are getting a little upset with people. If you'll excuse the phrase at a little past 5 o'clock on a Thursday, barrel-assing through the construction zones, not slowing down. So starting on Monday, there will be speed cameras on work zones in West Haven. Now, that's the closest one to Fairfield County and New Haven County. West Haven, Bolton, Glastonbury, East Lyme, and Colchester. So there you go. So again, and you know where all that construction is on 95 in West Haven. I think they're adding a ramp on each side, which is a lot. I mean, you look at the concrete work there on those exit and entry ramps. Wow. It's why all those redesigns, every ramp costs millions of bucks to do. So 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Our question of this merry day: Connecticut will activate speed cameras in more highway work zones this coming Monday. Do you approve? Why or why the heck not? It's for safety. And listen, I used to be so against speed cameras, stop sign cameras, stoplight cameras, and now I've done a complete 180. I have. And yeah, you know what? It started during COVID. Think of how crazy it's been since COVID, because remember, during COVID, you'd be out on a weekend, early on a Saturday or Sunday morning, and it was, oh man, it was beautiful, deserted blacktop. Not even the cops were out. But, we haven't been able to shake that. So everybody's driving like a lunatic now and again. Another night, last night, after I left the station here, went toward the mall there to get on to 39A. Went on that little merging island there before you get near the Mexican restaurant there. I forgot the name of it. And sure enough, I had a green light. And if I had gone on the green light, I would have gotten T-boned because some a-hole blew that intersection. So, yeah, stop sign cameras, please. Stoplight cameras, please. I'm sick and tired of almost getting killed. Because because one of these times, the odds are going to run out for me. And I'll be doing my show in traction with casts on, going, sorry. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And this made a little news over the weekend and today. Not over the weekend, I'm sorry. Today and yesterday. Connecticut U.S. Senator Chris Murphy, who, God bless him, he has a new book out. Now, listen, he says in the book, our politics is broken. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But Chris Murphy was he was approached by Fox News and asked about this guy, Graham Plattner, Democratic U.S. Senate candidate in Maine, who has said some things in the past that aren't very nice, who made fun of a U.S. soldier, has a remnants of a Nazi tattoo or whatever. So the intrepid Fox News journalist asked Senator Murphy a fair question here. Do you still support this guy?
Are you rescinding your support for Graham Plattner after the lewd posts that leaked, all the things he said about mocking a wounded soldier, and he's also talked about like masturbation and porta potties and all these controversial posts? What do you think about it?
What's the polling in Maine right now?
I haven't seen the latest polls, but I think he's still
winning, right?
But what about you personally? Your support?
It seems like the people of Maine like the fact that he's talking about the struggles that regular people are going through, and don't like the fact that their current senator seems to be empowering a pretty corrupt agenda in this administration.
So you're going to keep supporting him, sir?
Yeah, I'm supporting.
All right, there you go, Chris Murphy, which he has the right to do that, but never, ever a dull moment.
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Pain, injury, illness. When your body won't, will you? Will you do whatever it takes to get back to your life? You will, because we will. Outpatient rehabilitation from Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. From physical therapy and sports medicine to neurological rehab and interventional pain services. Choose the only rehab with the will of Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible. Visit Gaylord.org.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
We are rapidly approaching the end of the first month of concert season, but things are only starting to heat up. Friday, May 29th, you got 5 seconds of summer at Mohegan Sun. Also at Mohegan Sun on Saturday, May 30th, it's Air Supply. Then we kick off June with Jason Mraz on Friday the 5th at Foxwoods Resort Casino. Saturday, June 6th, Machine Gun Kelly plays Meadows Music Theater in Hartford. Tuesday the 9th, it's Devo at the Capitol Theater in Port Chester. Saturday, June 13th, don't miss John Waite at the Wolf Den. And Monday, June 22nd, a pair of shows to choose from. You got James Taylor serenading the Amp in Bridgeport and Post Malone with Jelly Roll coming to Rentschler Field in Hartford. Wednesday, June 24th, Fits and the Tantrums plays Richfield Playhouse.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Head to voiceofct.com and sign up your office for free breakfast delivered from Cakes by Sonia. It's the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New Haven, 91 northbound, an overturned vehicle approaching exit 3. Stay to the far right side to get through, has things backed up through Long Wharf, through West Haven, and heading towards Milford now on 95 North. Lower Fairfield County on 95 North, an accident reported near exit 21 overall. Either 95 of the Parkway, 90 minutes, Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. And Route 8 northbound, another accident reported, exit 25B. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. Saturday, early clouds, then sunny by midday and early afternoon with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Seymour's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 18 past 5, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. And once again, you can contact me via email, Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul, at voiceofct.com. And also, you can text us at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Anytime you want to get through to me, you can do it. All right? And the text stuff is good because some people want to comment on something and they don't want to have their name associated with it on the air or their voice or whatever. All right. I have never been that wrapped up in politics that it would cost me a job. Now, you may say, well, what the hell are you talking about, Paul? You say stuff every day that could get you fired. Well, no, not really. You know, people that do this kind of show like I do and other folks, we're kind of editorialists. You know what I mean? But believe me, there's some stuff that I almost say that I don't, because I don't want to be dumb and throw what's left of my meager and failing career away. But it's amazing how many people. It's amazing how many people are just I don't get it. Are just so, can I say, crazy? I mean, you can be passionate about something, but costing your job? How about this? A Wisconsin teacher has been fired for social media posts about the latest assassination attempt against Donald Trump. Fired. Lost his job. What kind of person? And it's frightening that these are teachers. Where's the self-control in these people? And this is not like a weird little kind of one-off thing. You hear this and see this all the time. A teacher in, how do you say this? Kaukauna. Is that it? K-A-U-K-A, Kaukauna. Anyway, it's in Wisconsin. Oh, Kaukauna. Teacher in Wisconsin was fired today. Fired for a social media post he made in response to the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner last month. Fired. The Board of Ed voting 6-1 to fire high school social studies teacher Patrick Meyer. That move came after more than 9 hours of discussion, the vast majority in a closed session. In their reasoning, the district said Mr. Meyer's social media post created actual material disruption to district and school operations. One person voted against the Meyer termination, said it was a First Amendment issue. The others didn't. Now, what did he say? Now, again, this is a teacher. This should frighten you. And again, I'm not against people voicing an opinion on something, but come on. In a since-deleted post on X, Meyer wrote, quote, I am not impressed with recent presidential assassins. It's expletive embarrassing. Booth, Guto, Zolgos, Oswald must be spinning in their graves. And he mentions all previous assassins or assassination attempts. He said, MAGAA, MAGA, make Americans great assassins again. Sad. This guy's a teacher. Now, he's obviously ill. There are some deep-seated mental problems there. Look, if you want to say that to somebody, if you have the gall to say that, or you want to say it in a bar amongst people, whatever, but you put it out there for people to see, and you're a teacher. Meyer was referencing Cole Allen, who was charged with trying to assassinate President Trump at the White House Correspondents' Association dinner. Meyer, who was present at the Wednesday meeting, was placed on leave after his post received intense backlash from community members and Republican lawmakers. Others, however, offered their support for Meyer. Connor Janine, a 2014 grad of the high school in question, said, "I have nothing but good things to say about his teaching style. He taught us to do our own research. Look at the facts." Okay, kid. Okay, Connor. But he's also lamenting that assassins aren't assassinating people. But he was a good teacher. I learned how to do my research. Okay. Amazing. So, and again, listen, people can have all the ugly thoughts. You know one of my axioms here. I don't, even on public figures, I don't wish death unless you kill numerous people, you kill people, you're an assassin, whatever, or you're a violent criminal. All right, we can debate that till the cows come home. I'm a big death penalty guy myself. But it goes to show you that even the people who are, maybe working on our insides, and we've seen doctors and nurses, whatever, and you could hate Donald Trump, but why the need to voice that on social media when you have to know? I mean, you can be crazy. You can be bat spit crazy and still know it's going to take your job away from you. Is that how nuts you are? And yes, you've got to be crazy. You've got to be nutsola for that, kids. You have to. So I tell young people all the time, please think twice. I'm not telling you what to post and what not to post. But look at this guy. Now, obviously, some of his students liked him. You don't besmirch that or belittle that. But man, oh man, guy toss it, and maybe he doesn't care too. Maybe he's depressed. I don't know. Maybe Trump derangement syndrome is real. I don't know. Love to find that out. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New Haven, 91 northbound, an overturned vehicle approaching exit 3. Stay to the far right side to get through. Has things backed up through Long Wharf, through West Haven, and heading towards Milford now on 95 North. Lower Fairfield County on 95 North, an accident reported near exit 21 overall. Either 95 of the Parkway, 90 minutes, Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. And Route 8 northbound, another accident reported, exit 25B. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. Saturday, early clouds, then the sun by midday with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
You've slain the dragon. For your boldness, fabulous rewards, exotic pelts from the west, rare gems from the east.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Your Majesty. I'll take the fabulous fortune scratch ticket from the Connecticut Lottery. Top prize of $2 million and the best odds to win $300. Take that, dragon.
May you be rewarded with the riches from the new fabulous fortune scratch ticket. Best odds to win $300 of any Connecticut Lottery scratch game. Overall odds 1 in 3.54. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline 888-789-7777.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of?
Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
The only place in Fairfield County for live, local talk. This is the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. And Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And listen, again, I say this over and over again. I'm not saying you can't hate or love Donald Trump or any other politician. That's not the issue here. But you have to know that, and I don't care whether it would have been Joe Biden again, or Barack Obama, or Bill Clinton, if I'm dumb enough to put out a social media post, lamenting the fact that, hey, those assassins, they're not what they used to be, like this guy did, of course I should lose my job. Now, again, I know I have an opinion-related job here. I get that. I understand that. But as a school teacher, and it's not just a school teacher, there were daycare people that got nailed with this sort of thing after one of the first assassination attempts. There were doctors and nurses. I mean, you got to have some really deep-seated inner anger. Well, Trump makes me angry. Well, okay. But I always hearken back to what a time efficiency expert told me once at a seminar I went to about, kind of like office politics and this, that, and the other, and how to navigate all of that. And this is how you have those 5 or 6 phrases that somebody told you during your working or social lives or family lives that will stick with you till you go to your grave. This is one of them. And I may be paraphrasing this a little because it was so long ago, but this person said, holding anger at somebody or keeping angry at somebody or something, that person, that just gives that person more control over you if they can continue your anger.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A possible draft to extend the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran has been reached, along with possibly reopening the Strait of Hormuz. It still needs final approval from President Trump and Iran's supreme leader. Iranian state media pushing back that a memo has been finalized. The Commerce Department showing that inflation it has at a 3-year high due to the ongoing conflict with Iran. A separate report finds more people are going hungry in America, including a growing number of children and minorities. Here's ABC's Rebecca Jarvis.
10% of households surveyed in February said they didn't have enough food or their kids had to miss meals. That is more than double what we saw in mid-2020. And remember, back then it was the pandemic.
Efforts to contain the Ebola outbreak in Central Africa continue. The Trump administration, in a call with reporters, confirming it's setting up a 50-bed temporary facility in Kenya to quarantine any Americans who may have been exposed to Ebola abroad. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A suspect facing charges connected to absentee ballot issues in the 2023 Bridgeport Democratic mayoral primary was to appear in court this afternoon. 64-year-old Robert Allen Anderson was a municipal employee who told investigators he was hired by Mayor Joe Ganem's campaign for the primary, and his role was to distribute absentee ballot applications. Security camera footage shows Anderson allegedly depositing multiple completed absentee ballots into the drop box outside the Margaret E. Morton Government Center. Anderson initially denied that he possessed completed absentee ballots, but when investigators showed him the video footage, he then said he had, quote, maybe 10, if that many, in his possession. Bridgeport City Councilor Alfredo Castillo and former Democratic Town Committee Vice Chair Wanda Jeter Pataki are scheduled to appear in court in July, while Bridgeport City Councilor Maria Pereira will appear in court next month with a new attorney representing her. A New Haven-based law firm says 2 clients filed sexual harassment complaints against John Maduco. The former Connecticut State College and University's interim chancellor had 4 complaints filed against him by women. 2 of the complaints were for sexual harassment and 2 were not. CSCU is hiring an independent firm to investigate the allegations. A spokesperson for CSCU says the board is committed to a thorough investigation and recognizes the public wants answers to the allegations, even though Maduco is no longer employed there. The Connecticut Board of Regents is appointing Natalie Braswell as CSCU interim chancellor. Braswell is a legal counselor and advisor to Governor Ned Lamont. She was appointed after an hour-and-a-half session on Tuesday. Lamont says Braswell is a steady hand who can deliver results in challenging situations. The CSCU system has been under scrutiny over sexual harassment allegations against Maduco, as well as a vote of no confidence by the Connecticut State Community College Senate, which also occurred on Tuesday. An outside law firm is investigating alleged misuse of City of Ansonia credit cards. The Board of Alders approved the Crumbie law firm to look into the allegations on Wednesday night, including possible misuse of city vehicles and possible misuse of City Hall and other city facilities for political activity during work hours. Mayor Frank Tishka says his administration uncovered information from residents reporting that certain officials and employees allegedly misused city-issued credit cards, vehicles, gas purchasing access, City Hall facilities, and other resources before December 1st, 2025. The mayor says he hopes it's not an actual disaster, but he is looking for the truth. Tishka addressed the Board of Alders at a meeting attended by WFSB Channel 3.
With this investigation, we begin the process to get any potential lost taxpayers' money back and hold anyone who took advantage of you, our taxpayers, accountable.
2 alders voted against the investigation, saying they needed to know the dollar amount that was unaccounted for before approving. When former Mayor David Cassetti was contacted about the vote, he referred NBC Connecticut to his attorney and called the motive a, quote, political witch hunt. The fiscal 2027 state budget adjustment bill is now law. It was signed Tuesday by Governor Ned Lamont. According to his office, it includes what is described as a, quote, historic increase in funding for every school district and municipality in the state.
And you have the best schools in the country right here in Connecticut because you have the best teachers in the world.
The governor said the funding is done in a responsible way to keep Connecticut on solid financial ground while making strategic investments. Automated highway work zone speed cameras will be activated next Monday. During June, violators will only be issued a warning with no fine. Starting July 6th, a first offense warning will be issued. A second offense will cost violators $75. However, if a vehicle travels 85 miles per hour or higher in a work zone, there will be a $75 fine, even if it's a first offense. Camera locations include Bolton, East Lyme, Colchester, Glastonbury, and West Haven. Fairfield Republican State Senator Tony Wong addressed the concerns of Fairfield residents about the newly installed speed cameras in town at a news conference this morning. The town has received multiple complaints from residents about the cameras, particularly regarding privacy and concerns about where the ticket money is going. This follows a statement posted Wednesday by Police Chief Michael Paris, who said, in part, quote, "The program is not about punishment, and it is certainly not about generating revenue. It's about prevention, accountability, and protecting our most vulnerable population, especially our children." Senator Wong has called for the program to be paused temporarily to address the concerns of residents, but did say that something must be done to address the issue of speeding.
About 114,000 speeding violations in the first 17 days of May. And that's a monthly projection for May to be about 190,000 speeding violations.
And Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy's new book explores societal and economic issues in modern American politics. In Crisis of the Common Good, The Fight for Meaning and Connection in a Broken America, Murphy shares his belief that political realignment is forthcoming. Murphy believes that both Republicans and Democrats have an opportunity to broaden their coalition and force a full restructuring of American politics. He shares a story about a dinner with then-Senator J.D. Vance, Republican from Ohio, who shared the same thought regarding party consolidation. Murphy tells the Connecticut Mirror that AI could be the breaking point. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New Haven, 91 northbound, an overturned vehicle approaching exit 3. Stay to the right to get through. Parking lot starts 95 north in Orange. Plan on over a half an hour to get through. Wilbur Cross north and southbound, lots of overflow traffic through Orange, Woodbridge, Hamden because of the problems on 91 and 95 in New Haven. Lower Fairfield County, either 95 or the Parkway, hour and 20 at least. Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. Saturday, early clouds, then sunny by midday and early afternoon with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, yippee, yippee, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Stack of stories here to rattle off some stuff before we finish this up. Governor Lamont signed that controversial homeschooling bill. He signed the Glock switch bill as well. Homeschooling bill says here in the Current, of course, passed by wide margins at the state capitol, both controlled by Democrats. Now, the final version of the bill stripped out some of the most controversial provisions in order to guarantee that it passes. Lawmakers now say the bill no longer includes a highly controversial equivalent instruction provision. Now, don't worry, that's coming. So, again, the only thing that was really of any import or any weight in the homeschooling bill was the fact that now every student, whether it's homeschooling, whether it's private school, Catholic school, or public school, Connecticut, which never really had a list like this, is now going to have a list of where every kid in the state is being schooled. Is that such a bad thing? I don't think so. But having said that, trust me on this. Trust me on this. They're coming for the curriculum. And that's what other blue states have done because they don't want parents, a lot of states, not all of them, but there are people in other states who don't want parents to say, hey, I'm pulling my kid from the public schools and I'm going to homeschool them because I don't want my kid having to deal with a lesson that says, you know, there's an infinite amount of genders, or there's 17 genders that we have to be concerned about. You know, we have to make sure our kids go to, what's the big one there where they just treat people's sexual identity like clowns. Where, they have people, who are expressing themselves maybe as other than their gender at birth, their sex, their gender at birth. Maybe, they have them read to them. It's a story night thing. I'm forgetting the word right now. But trust me, they're going to come for those parents who dare to say, no, not my kid. Now, they'll do that after the November election. Trust me on this. Senate Democratic leader plans you got to love this. Instead of working on our power grid, instead of working on education funding, instead of working on a better balance with your property taxes, how about this? A Connecticut State Senate leader plans a 100% tax on the Trump anti-weaponization fund. Now, for the record, I think this recommendation, this anti-weaponization fund, is about as dumb as you can get. But having said that, Senate Majority Leader Bob Dove, who else, issued a statement this week announcing his intention to explore how, get this, folks, get the goulions here. Now, again, I think this fund is idiotic. This is just to keep the base happy because everything else is sputtering a little bit. I get it. But Bob Dove says he intends to explore how Connecticut can legally seize any payments received by Connecticut residents from the Trump administration's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. Dove said, you can't make this up. This is comical. Dove said, now remember, this would be federal money. So here you have a high-ranking Democrat says, we're going to take the money. God, you know what are these people going to do when Donald Trump is gone? Their lives are going to be so freaking boring. Oh, my God. Duff said he intends to introduce a bill during the 2027 legislative session that once legal review is complete with the goal of imposing, here's how he's going to take it, a 100% state tax on any such payments received by Connecticut residents. Oh, my God. Trump lives in this guy's brain 24/7, 365. Now, look, I don't think this weaponization fund is a good idea at all. I heard it. I said, what, $2 billion? Why? Yeah, come on, stop. But he's gonna confiscate the money. Oh my God! I'm telling you, once Mr. Trump is done, it's going to be really boring here because I won't get to see people's heads cracking. He's going to impose a 100% tax on the weaponization fund. And having said that, like I said, I don't like this fund at all, but that's just me. But then if the federal government, to whatever reason, gives anybody from Connecticut this money, I don't know how the process is going to work. They said it's going to go to the Justice Department, whatever. And Bob Duff's going to take it? My God, move on. Is there anything else you can do in this state? Move on. Trump's not going anywhere. I still think he's going to leave early, but really, the Fed, for whatever reason, is going to give people money, and you're going to tax it 100%? Stop.
We had a harsh, long, cold winter, and with spring finally here, K&J Tree Service would love to come out and do a free tree risk assessment, and I had this done at my house last year, and I'm so grateful for that. They will actually check the health of your trees and then give you recommendations on work to be done. We didn't actually have to remove any trees from our property, but tree trimming and limb removal, that was essential to make sure that our trees were in good shape. At K&J Tree Service, they are also offering special discounts to my listeners, including $250 off of jobs that are $2,500 or more, $500 off of jobs that are $5,000 or more. Is your yard ready for spring after this terrible winter? At K&J Tree Service, they care for your trees like your family. Schedule a free tree health assessment today and let the experts ensure that your trees are going to thrive in these warmer months ahead. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free evaluation. That's kjtreeservice.com. TextNeurons.com or call 203-248-TREE.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
New Haven, 91 northbound, an overturned vehicle approaching exit 3. Stay to the right to get through. Parking lot starts 95 north in Orange. Plan on over a half an hour to get through. Wilbur Cross north and southbound, lots of overflow traffic through Orange, Woodbridge, and Hamden because of the problems on 91 and 95 in New Haven. Lower Fairfield County, either 95 or the Parkway, hour and 20 at least. Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high near 80. Saturday, early clouds, then the sun by midday with a high 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
A place where you can complain freely. In fact, we encourage it. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9 and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Back to the phones in a minute. This story here, Dick Blumenthal, our senior U.S. Senator, and Connecticut Congressman Jim Himes, both in Kyiv, meeting with the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, this after a massive Russian strike. They said, quote, Russia is not winning. Russia is not going to win. Well, they may not be winning, but they may not be losing either. If it's a stalemate, Russia's winning. Russia's not going to win. Well, we'll have to see. And again, please, I'm not rooting for Russia here. I'm not. But we have to get away from this notion that on the battlefield, Ukraine can defeat Russia. Who thinks that can actually happen? Now, that's not to say the great, strong people of Ukraine don't want to do this, or the Ukrainian soldiers there, the young men and middle-aged men who are taking up this fight with a lot of these high-tech weapons, the U.S. Giving hundreds of millions of dollars to the folks of the Ukraine. That's not to say that they don't have a valiant reason to hold off, the Russian bear again, which Mr. Putin longs for. He's an old Soviet Union apparatchik here. But having said that, all Putin needs to do, he will wait this out for another 10 years. He will. The only reason this stops is if Putin wants it to stop, and he's going to want land. I don't know what else to say, but could we please stop this notion of the Ukraine can defeat Russia? In spirit, I'm sure they can. But did you see that new weapon Russia used the other day, some hypersonic missile? I mean, people are saying short of a small field nuke, these hypersonic missiles are devastating. So, yes, I commend, and there's a reason Jim Himes is over there, too, because he's the ranking Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, so Jim Himes sees stuff that other people don't, and the fact that he's over there with Mr. Blumenthal, maybe this was a little pep talk or whatever. And look, folks, no matter what any of our representatives say in the House or Senate, Democrat or Republican, blue or red, no matter what any of them say, they know the real story. They get these briefings. And who knows what they're hearing? Maybe they're hearing, hey, we'll just let this go on to a stalemate. Maybe they're hoping that there are medical. Remember, there was all those issues a couple, 3 years ago. There's a body double for Putin, or he was undergoing cancer treatment or whatever. Remember all that stuff? Remember all that stuff? So maybe the notion is here, well, if Putin will be dethroned, there's, and then there's all that news of there's layers and layers of protection around Putin, so there can't be a coup, whatever. So listen, it's good for Senator Blumenthal and Mr. Himes to be over there, but now the only way that Ukraine wins this, I see it, is similar to what happened with the colonists in the Revolutionary War. No matter what numbers you look at from historians, the colonists did not win a majority of the battles with the British there, but what happened in the end? The Brits said, listen, these people are not going away, but we're done. Take your colonies, form whatever your United States of whatever would be, and we're out of here. So, maybe there's a notion that in the end, maybe if the heat is really turned up on Putin, and he asks for a small stretch of land, and he can walk away and declare a victory with that. I don't know. But listen, in no way is it a bad thing that Senator Blumenthal and Congressman Himes are over there. But, to even think that a true military victory can get done by Ukraine, I think is a little pie in the sky. And again, I'm not in any way diluting the valiant and gallant Ukrainian people, but it's Russia. And Putin will drain every ounce of blood and pride out of his country before he says, no, that's it, we're done. Now, I might be wrong, but who knows? Let's finish with this. One of our oftentimes guests on this show has been awarded with a prize of such. He's a state legislator on the Republican Party. And I had forgotten that the people up in Hartford do this. But he is a state legislator who makes his mark, and he laughs about it on the show. This legislator talks a lot. He likes to talk. He takes advantage of a rule that Connecticut has that not a lot of other states have. In Hartford, there's no debate. They don't set aside, well, okay, we'll have an hour for the Democrats and an hour for the Republicans. We have in Connecticut, which is good, we have what's called unlimited debate time. And you see our next guest using this quite our oftentimes guests. I'll tell you who it is in a moment and give you the numbers, the stats, the sabermetrics of this. Our friend who is oftentimes on the show knows this rule, knows how to use the rule, and he uses it so skillfully that people say his use of the rule makes up for the overwhelming majority in numbers that Democrats have in the Senate.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
New Haven, 91 northbound, an overturned vehicle approaching exit 3. Stay to the right to get through. Parking lot starts 95 north in Orange. Plan on over a half an hour to get through. Wilbur Cross north and southbound, lots of overflow traffic through Orange, Woodbridge, Hamden because of the problems on 91 and 95 in New Haven. Lower Fairfield County, either 95 or the Parkway, hour and 20 at least. Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear in the mid-50s. Friday, sunny and warm with a high of 80. Saturday, early clouds, then sunny by midday and early afternoon with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
A collision on a motorcycle isn't like any other accident. A lot of lawyers don't understand that, probably because they've never been on a bike. At the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo, we ride, and we get it. If you're hurt on your bike, you need somebody who understands what you're going through, who knows how to get you the money you deserve and how to get you back on the road. If you're injured on a motorcycle, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
Attention students in grades 6 through 12. 100 Black Men of Stanford Inc.'s STEM Fest is happening Saturday, May 30th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the 203 Art Space at Stanford Town Center. Students can compete in games, win prizes, explore, learn, dive into AI, robotics, drones, 3D printing, and more. Enjoy hands-on activities, network with mentors, and discover internship opportunities in STEM fields. Don't miss this free fun event. For more info, visit 100bmos.com. That's 100bmos.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Yeah, one of our favorites. I think I'll have him on maybe tomorrow or next week again to talk about this number. But yes, Republican State Senate member Rob Sampson of Wolcott took up more time debating and, in his way of thinking, obviously, kind of controlling the flow of things, which is nothing wrong with that. We have unlimited debate. Rob Sampson talked 2.7 times more than any other person in the state Senate. I love it. Rob Sampson spoke, and they do tally this stuff. The clerks end up tallying this stuff. Rob Sampson spoke for 14 hours and 41 minutes during Senate debates this past session. He spoke about 1/5 of the total time that the Senate spent in debate, 18%. The Connecticut Mirror came up with this through an analysis that employed artificial intelligence. So Rob Sampson spoke 14 hours and 41 minutes. Just as a comparison, Saud Anwar, 1 hour and 49 minutes. Bob Dove, 2 hours and 44 minutes. Ryan Fazio, running for governor, 5 hours and 16 minutes. And the reason, again, Rob does that is because we have unlimited debate in this state. The only thing that stops you is the end of the session. Following Sampson, 7 other Republican state Senate members spoke in the ballpark of 3 to 5 hours. Total time discussing things, Senate Democrats only took up 32% of the time. The clerks making announcements took up 11% of the time. And the Republicans, they don't have that many numbers there, but boy, they can talk. Well, good for them. That's what it's about, honestly. 57% of the time. How about that? So I got to get Rob on there to officially congratulate him. I think he's a repeat winner of this. But listen, we've had him on. You know that. He doesn't shy away from this. He asks questions. He fosters amendments. Is it to slow the process down? Sure is, because they don't have the numbers. Folks, thank you. Have a great Thursday night into Friday. We're back tomorrow, too. Chris Williams, thank you.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Escalating tensions between the U.S. and Iran giving way to a possible draft agreement. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at today's White House briefing did not comment on the specifics of a deal, but says any agreement will face hurdles and approval by President Trump and Iran's leader. ABC's Ian Pannell is in Jerusalem with more.
I think it's important for people to remember that what we're looking at here is not an actual final deal to end the war. It's pushing back the ceasefire by another 60 days, possibly lifting some of those restrictions in the Strait of Hormuz and the withdrawal of the U.S. naval blockade.
New data showing Americans are struggling with higher costs on gas, groceries, and nearly everyday basics. Inflation now at a 3-year high. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis says another report by the New York Fed highlights what analysts call a K-shaped economy.
Some of the financial pain is masked by the growing wealth in this country, which is brought on by a booming stock market and increasing home values. Those Americans who own stocks and homes, they feel richer and they're spending still, and that's propping up the economy, while millions of Americans are struggling just to afford food after years of inflation and now those rising gas prices.
Efforts to contain the Ebola outbreak in Central Africa continue. The Trump administration, in a call with reporters today, confirming it's setting up a new temporary facility in Kenya to quarantine Americans exposed to Ebola abroad. Here's ABC's Hannah Bata.
The White House confirming
warning the U.S. is setting up a health facility in Kenya to take in Americans who have been exposed. An administration official describes the facility as state-of-the-art, adding that it would provide access to high-quality care for Americans who would need to quickly get out of the Democratic Republic of Congo to quarantine.
A group of health experts have written a letter criticizing the building of an overseas facility, saying the U.S. has spent money on the state-of-the-art treatment options in the U.S. for Americans. You're listening to ABC News.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
An urgent search underway on the Big Island of Hawaii for a suspect in a string of murders.
Police on the island of Hawaii are looking for 36-year-old Jacob Daniel Baker for 3 murders on the Big Island. Baker is considered armed and dangerous. Police say 3 men have been murdered in homes since Monday night. 2 of them were elderly men. 2 women filed for restraining orders against Baker last week, saying he had threatened their lives. Autopsies are scheduled to better understand how the 3 men died. Alex Stone, ABC News.
A new take on a dreamy, creamy cookie could find its way to grocery shelves soon. ABC's Sherry Preston has more on a collaboration between 2 fan favorites.
That is the sound of K-pop superstars BTS, and that is the sound of me biting into one of the new purple BTS-inspired Oreo cookies. The Oreos come in BTS's favorite color and have a cream center that is supposed to taste like hotek, a brown sugar-stuffed Korean pancake said to be the band's favorite snack. The Oreo package reads, "Straight from Seoul street markets to fans." Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Southwest Airlines says it's adjusted its policy for plus-size travelers by no longer requiring them to purchase an extra seat in advance. That policy, which was rolled out at the beginning of this year, previously required passengers to purchase a second seat in advance if they needed more space. They could get a later refund if they were empty seats on the plane. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
Something you may have missed from Alyssa in the morning. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Graham cracker? Oh, you love graham cracker? Oh, I love graham cracker too.
I just like,
she's the cutest, right? I know.
Oh.
God, we miss graham cracker. Mm-hmm. So we are back with stop number 5. Fine. We are stopped at, well, this is a fine stop, actually. This is a wonderful stop. Elm Street Diner for the Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour. Carmen Colon, I am so excited that you are here. First of all, you are just stunning. And you love graham cracker. All those things.
I love graham cracker.
Well, we love you.
Thank you.
Really do. And you do such amazing work. You are the CEO and president of Pacific House. But before you started here, you were already working on a lot of similar work in Bridgeport, correct?
Absolutely. I was in Bridgeport for 30 years under the YMCA at Alpha Community Services, doing anything and everything to end homelessness as we know it, serving men, women, and children.
Amazing. And you are now at Pacific House. For people who don't know, and I know you have several locations in Fairfield County, what is it that you guys do?
Pacific House runs an emergency shelter for men. So right now, unfortunately, we have 72 men in our emergency shelter. We also have permanent supportive housing here in Stamford and Norwalk and Darien. And that's for men, women, and children as well. And we do have 2 big projects under construction here in Stanford.
Really?
Yes.
Can you tell me about them?
Absolutely. So one of the projects is called Rotary Commons because we did receive some funding from the Stanford Rotary Club, and we're so thankful to that. That will be 39 units of permanent supportive housing. 18 of those units would be for families and 21 for single adults.
That's amazing.
And then on the same street, which is on Stillwater, we have a project that's going to be for 15 families. We're really excited about those projects.
Tell us a little bit, in the main hub, before I ask that question, the main hub is kind of here in Stanford, right?
Yes. So Pacific House runs the hub. And what the hub is the point of entry into the system that aids with homeless services to the homeless population. In Fairfield County, we do have 4 hubs. Pacific House does not run all 4 hubs. There's a hub in Bridgeport, there's a hub in Norwalk, hub here in State, hub. Housing insecurity can contact our hub. Could they call us at our hub? But they can come.
So, Carmen, I talk a lot on my show about how, especially when you talk about people who are home insecure, sometimes it's kind of like, honestly, to me, when you have a drug or alcohol addiction, we have this thought in our head, who that looks like. And then people are really surprised that actually it could be the person in the cubicle next to you. It could be the student that is a peer to your child, or, whoever it may be. It could be a family member. It could be a family friend of yours, whatever the case may be. What has been the most surprising to you in this role when you see people come through and say, I don't have secure housing, or I'm couch surfing, or I don't know, where I'm going to sleep tonight. What has been surprising?
The most surprising to me has been the increase in elderly homelessness.
Really?
Our senior citizens are falling into homelessness. Obviously, they live on a fixed income, and they can't go back to work. They're not employable as we know it. And
and they worked really hard.
And they work so hard.
Right? Like, why do they need to go back? It's crazy.
And our economy has just really basically just risen. Everything is so high. Rents are so high. And they are just forced to contact us and say, what can I do? And unfortunately for seniors, they don't want to go into shelter.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Who can blame them?
So right, when we think about Grant Cracker, no, you cannot possibly imagine that. And they couldn't. You said it best. They work so hard, and to have to experience something like that. So we do have to do better here in the great state of Connecticut to really continue to build housing as fast as we can. I mean, I'd say let's eliminate shelters because we cannot continue to build shelters.
Right.
We need to build housing, affordable housing for every single one.
What about, have you seen, Carmen, more kids?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're really aging out of DCF, right? So when children are aging out of DCF,
that's what I was thinking of.
Absolutely. The ones aging out of DCF, you're 18 to 24-year-olds. They're so vulnerable. Now they're coming into an adult single shelter. At Pacific House, we do have a program specifically for 18 to 24-year-olds.
That's amazing.
We really work hard with them and just try to get them as quickly as possible into housing. So we're not losing them to depression. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you find yourself on the streets, you find yourself couch surfing, depression is hitting you hard.
Mm-hmm. Well, because I think about that. I mean, you and I were just talking. So, full disclosure for you listening at home, I love Carmen's son. He works directly with Dr. Avery in the Bridgeport Public Schools, the superintendent there. And he's just an amazing human. And I know, how you feel about your son. I know how I feel about my son. But I even look at, speaking of Graham Cracker, that 18 to 25, heck, I'll even say up to 30, in and out. My parents were always so good about, hey, if you need to kind of save up some money, make sure you got that job. Yes. You can come live with us. And they did that. They did it for me. They did it for my then boyfriend, now husband. I mean, and they've done it for my siblings. And that idea of, especially when if you're, in foster care, that idea of, well, then what do you do? I mean, from 18 to that 24. So I love that you have a specific kind of population that is covered, by Pacific House. I think that's a big deal that you can't take for granted, and even families who can't give that kind of resource.
And they do have special needs. They're still very, very young, and if they find themselves without anyone there, it just becomes harder. And when folks say, "What happened to this person?" no one was there. And Pacific House is that entity. And we make sure that we are training our staff to remember that was once somebody's baby.
Yeah.
That's the way that I always say it. Come on, let's really go the extra mile to get them into housing. Let's not have them living in shelter for months and years at a time.
Yeah, exactly. If people want to support and even just learn a little bit more about Pacific House, is there an opportunity to do that, and where can they go?
Yeah, so they can go onto our website and just look us up, pacifichouseinc.org, or you can contact us at 203-348-2792. And I'm going to do something that I really always do, and people say, are you nuts? Yes.
You're not nuts, no.
I rather people contact me directly, and everyone always has my number, but they can contact me at 203-260-0595. And I'd rather be available for folks that are in need and folks that have the need someone that's asking for help. And I've done this my entire career because I don't want people who are in crisis having to wait. We need to be there in that moment.
Also, there's something about it. First of all, you're a boss lady, so I love the fact that you do that. But also, it's probably so we're human, right? We're horrible at asking for help. And I would imagine, people on average who are home insecure, no one wants to admit that. No one wants to say that I couldn't figure this out, or I couldn't put a roof over my head or my spouse's head or my child's head or my whoever it is. So the idea of just calling, either an agency or an organization can be really scary. So being able to have that connection, which people are making right now, listening to you and hearing from you. And I already feel comfortable. Like, I feel like if I'm having a crisis, I'm just going to call you and you're going to have to deal with me. But I think that is a big deal because it's hard to ask for help.
It's so scary.
Right?
It's very scary for everyone. And a lot of times, I give my phone number because I say, sometimes it's easier for me. I mean, I've been in the industry, over 34 years, right? Yeah. So I know the nuances of our industry. I know how difficult some things can be to navigate. And I know sometimes that I'm like, this is an easy one. This is an easy one for me. I'm like, okay, the next case is hard, but this is an easy one. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this together. We're gonna do this in partnership, and I'm gonna walk you through the steps, and I'm gonna give you to the best person that's gonna take care of you right now.
Carmen, you're amazing. And so is Pacific House and the work that you guys do all across Fairfield County. And I want to thank you so much for being part of the Diner Tour. And I hope that you guys continue to have great success.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Have a great one.
You too. Okay. We're going to continue with stop number 5 here at Elm Street Diner in Stamford. It is the Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour after this.
After hitting snooze 6 times today, you got up, ran out the door, sat in traffic, and by the time you reached the office, the last donut was gone. Now, head over to voiceofct.com and sign up for the City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll pick up delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way to any office in Southern Connecticut that needs us. Become the hero of your office with a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. So the boss won't mind if you sleep in.
If you have hard water, the lime scale not only leaves white spots, it clogs pipes and breaks down appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars in energy and wear. Eliminate lime scale and other water issues like brown staining, bad odors, and lead with HydroCare water products available from Wave Home Solutions. Wave's affordable systems don't use salts or chemicals. You'll love the way your water tastes, smells, and looks. Satisfaction guaranteed. For more information, go to wavebestwater.com. That's wavebestwater.com.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align. Because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
Dan Hicks with Paul Azinger, welcoming you back to the Healthy Stand Classic.
You couldn't ask for better conditions. 68 degrees and a UV index of 3.
This direct exposure to midday sun could be increasing her risk to melanoma.
It looks like she's making a change.
Now let's see what she takes out.
Oh, wow. Looks like she's pulling out a 15.
I don't know. Looks like she's going with a 30.
Strong choice.
Incredible.
Stand Up to Cancer and Optum want to help you reduce your risk for cancer. Visit takeahealthystand.org.
The thought of my sons growing up without me inspired me to quit smoking.
I talked to my doctors, and then I threw away all my cigarettes, ashtrays, and lighters.
I started exercising instead of smoking.
Staying away from alcohol when I was first quitting was key.
I kept on trying, learned something each time.
Do whatever it takes.
No matter how many times it takes.
We did it, so can you.
For free help, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and CDC.
Here's another great moment from Melissa in the Morning on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. It's breakfast with the side of news. The Brown Roofing Melissa in the Morning Diner Tour is live on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I am excited to have back for a third year in a row. Bob Azzoni is here with Sound Waters. And Bob, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Great. It's great to be here.
I'm glad to have you here. And it only took me 3 years to also realize that you're a hockey coach.
I am a hockey coach at Darien Youth Hockey, yeah.
Wow. And you do 7 and 8 year olds.
Yep, mites.
But yes, my son is going to be a mite in the fall. I'm very excited. Wow, look at us. Even more to connect on. I'm very excited about that. First of all, for people who are not familiar with Sound Waters, what is it that you guys do?
We connect young people to Long Island Sound. So even though you think Long Island Sound is there, it's part of everybody's life every day. You see it, but very few people actually have access to it. And when you think that you don't have access to our region's greatest natural resource, Sound Waters is the organization that will connect students from kindergarten all the way through high school to Long Island Sound.
When you say connect, what does that mean? Like, what kind of programs are you offering?
School buses will come to Sound Waters every day, and students will go into the water. They'll go on the water in boats. They'll be in a lab where they're studying water. They're learning about the health of the water and what makes a healthy Long Island Sound. Because if Long Island Sound is not healthy, the whole region relies on it in one way or another. And so we are the idea behind Sound Waters is that if people understand Long Island Sound, they'll care about it. And if they care about it, they'll want to take care of it.
Yeah, exactly. What has been kind of these moments, I know you and I have sort of talked about it before, that they're like aha moments for kids. I mean, tell us about those, especially I would think in real time, you're sort of seeing where it connects and then they probably take those stories back to their parents later on that day.
Every day. Every single day. So today there'll be 40 or 50 kids who will go out on our ship. We have a schooner that sails every day in addition to doing land-based programs. And they'll trawl, which is running a net along the bottom of the Sound, and they'll bring up animals. And those animals will vary from flounder to, tin cans to horseshoe crabs and all different types of fish. So now you take a horseshoe crab out of a trawl net and you put it in front of a 10-year-old. They've never seen it before. It looks scary. It looks dangerous. And 3 or 4 minutes later, they're holding the horseshoe crab. They understand that it's not dangerous. They understand how old it is, how incredibly old it is, how it's a living fossil on our Earth. And I like to say that the Long Island Sound now is then demystified for that student for the rest of their life because they now understand what's under that water, what's in that water, why it matters to them, why it matters to the animals, and why we need to make sure that the Sound is healthy so that animals like that can thrive for another 450 million years.
Yeah. How long has Sound Waters been around?
Since 1989. So
wow.
We're about 36, 37 years old.
That's amazing. I feel like, so that is so interesting. Have you found that in that 30-plus year range, you had students who now, and I don't know how in touch you are with them, but have you ever had people come back and say, because I went through this program or because I got so connected at a young age, this is now something I'm teaching my kids, or this is now, why if I see trash at a beach, it immediately gets thrown out or something. Have you seen kind of now that generational where that impact happens, when they're young and it carries into their adulthood?
Only every single day.
Seriously?
Every single day. So I'm not wearing a Sound Waters logo right now, but if I were, it's hard to walk down the street in Stamford and have somebody not say to you, I did Sound Waters when I was little.
Really?
I received an email just yesterday extolling the experience that this young professional